нюансы. Поезжает вперед Казна. И тут пробитие команды Киев.
Company hat Tiger Brave.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Wargaming.net League Season 1 Europe. As you might know, my name is Jordi Vismesse, and on my left here, I have Mihailo Jugovic. How are you doing, Mojo? We're back.
Another day in paradise.
Another day in paradise it is. But before we move on to today's matches, though, I think it's fair to say we should take a look back at all the action that happened last week. So after week 2, let's take a look at all the results coming out from the EU region. After KB was up 4-2, they still managed to lose to Utopia, who managed to win 3 Himmelsdorf rounds in a row. Kazna, on the other hand, easily managed to win versus Out of Range 5-2, but needed a tiebreaker to beat Oops. The boys from Gohard, who finally stepped it up in week 2, stomped both Legend and the Wild Bunch, who you might remember won over Kazna last week. Team Swift finally managed to pick up their first victory by outmatching Legend in a 5-0 victory. The biggest upset, though, was Rage Quit, who managed to beat Out of Range in the tiebreaker on Ghostan, which was the second tiebreaker loss for Out of Range. But Ding, on the other hand, had no issues cleaning up both Rusty Roster and Knackerbird. Now, if we take a look at EU, we can see the standings coming out after week 2. Utopia and Ding currently share the number 1 spot with 11 points. Closely following, though, is Kazna Crew and Rage Quit, who both have 8 points so far. From spots 5 to 10, we find teams like Oops, Gohard, and Swift, with the difference between spot number 5 and spot number 10 only being 4 points. Closing out the league currently are Rusty Roster with 2 points and Legend, who yet so far didn't manage to pick up a single victory. Last week was amazing, and maybe this week could be even better.
Oh, we are coming to the middle of the season where everything will be much more clear. Some surprises that happened will be behind us, and everyone pretty much has idea how other teams are capable, what are they capable of, and what are their limits.
Everybody having an idea now. We can take a look at what we got for our matches today, Mojo. First up, it's going to be Swift taking on Knackerbird.
It's gonna be actually, I think, a tight one. Because they're ranked 9 and 10 at the moment. Maybe Knekkebrud is a bit low on their position, having a lot of hard matches, and Swift did not play that well so far. But they managed to pull out to the gutter by winning Legend in the last match 5-0, so they show some promise.
Swift finally picking up their first points there, and after that, we have the Wild Bunch taking on Out of Range.
Out of range after a series of bad matches, I would say. Every Polish derby they had so far, they were even up and then, or they were just catching up, and then they would lose in tiebreaker. I don't know what will Vale's comment be on this, but I'm looking forward to hear that one. On other hand, TW Gaming, after that surprise when they won Kazna, they did not perform that well so much, and it's kind of getting critical now to get points. So both of them are in great need today. So I believe it will be all out with a lot of changed tactics, because every team by today had 1 week to prepare more, to review other teams, other regions even, and prepare some new stuff for us.
Now, Mojo, talking about Valado, that will be for later, but first up, let's take a look at our match here. It's going to be Swift. First up, Mojo, we talked before about this roster. They have a lot of good players, yet so far, I'm going to repeat it again. Krespix, Mikhailov, Skyland, Mirsky, great players, a lot of experience in there as well, but they need points.
Their play was not there. We saw a lot of rotations from them, kind of stable games, but it just didn't work out for them. Krespix was failing hardcore on FV, TDs and such heavy hitters on Himmelsdorf, which costed them a lot. But we've seen him perform last time when he picked Grille instead of that, maybe more to his playstyle, and he actually did really good there. So kind of some hope for them after that last game, because it was really decisive against Legend. They didn't give even 1 game to Legend, like not even a hint of it. So maybe they managed to regroup and gather enough points for the later stage. But it's going to be really hard.
It's going to be really hard. Both these teams going to be the story for today. They need the points. all the teams today really need the points. Before we move on to their opponent, let's take a look what Road had to say about this one. So Road, seeing as you are pretty new to the team as well, what do you think would be the advice for any new players trying to get into the league? And following up on that, what would be the advice you would give to any teams trying to get into the league?
To the players and to the teams, actually, just train a lot and play together and play with the roster you have. Like, you have to make the synergy in the team all play together. So I think the training is one of the main things, and as well you have to have a good commander and just have a good team spirit. Yeah, so train a lot, and that's the main thing. Just invest a lot of time in this.
So Road, how has the atmosphere been on TeamSpeak so far throughout the season?
Well, after the first losses, I told already the last week, it was pretty tough in the TeamSpeak the first few days, first few trainings after the losses, like losing once, second time as well versus the TVB. That was probably the hardest one. But as we train, it always gets better and better. And till the next match, we always get up on our feet.
So Road, you guys so far haven't really shown what you're capable of yet, but we're expecting big things now. As a Tier 8 player, you play mainly Tier 8s we've seen so far. How does it feel when you play these kind of games and you know you can't really influence them?
Well, yeah, I could play the tier 10s a bit more, but well, our commander thinks that I should play the tier 8 light tanks as I'm kind of light tank player. And well, it's not actually that true. You can influence the games a lot, but yeah, maybe sometimes I feel that I cannot influence them as much as I wish I could.
Now, Road, so far, who is the guy to keep up the morale in the team, to tell them to keep going every battle in case you're down?
I think every one of us, as well as our team captain Crespix does that, but I think every one of us, if we still feel that someone's not feeling right and is quite down, we can pick him up, yeah, emotionally.
Now, Ro, let's get into your matchup. It is going to be against KB, a team also with a lot of potential, but lacking points as well. How do you feel you match up against them?
Well, they are definitely a potentially strong team, but they are lacking points because they played as well versus the top teams, just as us. I think they played versus the Dings and Utopia, lost to them. So, and we are in the standings very close, so this should be a close matchup.
All right, thank you, Roden. Best of luck.
Yeah, thanks, man.
You can understand, Rode, they're playing that light tank. You can't always make a change in those games.
Yeah, definitely not. But they really had a rough start with Dingy Utopia immediately playing them in a start. So those are the first two teams in the league at the moment. But then they lost to TW Gaming. It was actually a really bad match for both of them. Horrible mistakes on both sides. We saw so many misplays there. And I think those 3 points might really hurt them at the end. TW Gaming got a better part of it, so they're happy with it, but Swift might actually really like it later. So we will see now. They really have to make up against OR, but OR cannot allow themselves to be a super team on paper, but in reality to have very little points.
Like we said, the story for today, it's going to be taking those points. We should remind the people, last season, it was one single point that made a difference between the team going to the online playoffs, having a chance to go to the offline finals, and not having any chance on that so far. But we should take a look at the opponents of Swift. It is going to be KB, and the same story we've seen so far as well with Swift. They have a good lineup, they have very talented players, but they lack points. They need points.
They had couple of also really rough matches. I mean, Knekkebrud playing against OR, Goops, Utopia, Ding.
It's not an easy start to a season.
Really solid teams. But they had a big win against Oops, I would say. That's really important for them. And they had a tough break against Utopia, losing in tiebreaker. That was kind of, after a 4-1 lead, losing 3 games in Himmelsdorf, that was horrible, probably even worse for their morale at that moment. I'm really interesting because I'm expecting a lot of changes after that. But Knekkebrod, team with a lot of interesting ideas to see, interesting plays, but performance and kind of closing the deal. That's
Closing
lacking.
the deal. We talked about it. They have inexperienced players a little bit there. It's a factor as well for them.
Often they have like initial gain, 2-3k points,
Yeah, and
something, and then they just don't know how to end it. That's the biggest issue for them. Also, I've noticed we finally got some of our stats up. So both of these teams,
they're horrible Himmelsdorf teams.
and not only that, like they have the worst defense in the league, except Legend. Legend like has really bad, but these have 25% win ratio in defense. Both of them equal. So this will be kind of interesting who will take their defensive rounds, I guess.
Talking about that failure to close out the round, I actually asked Hellfish about that, so I think we should see what he had to say. Hellfish, I have to ask, what happened against Utopia? You guys looked so good, being 4-1 up, but then losing 4 rounds in a row. What happened there?
When we spoke yesterday, I told you there's gonna be a lot of cursing involved in answering that question, but I'm gonna try to restrain myself. So, what happened? Well, we took the win, grabbed it firmly with both hands, and then just threw it out of the window as hard as we could. There is just no excuse for that match. That shouldn't have happened ever.
Now, we saw some questionable performance. We talked about it ourselves as well from Brati. Is it coming from him, or is he just in a bad period right now?
I think he just had a few bad rounds. I mean, that can happen to anyone. I hope he will improve again, and I hope we will see him soon again in the roster.
Hellfish, I have to ask, what happened on Himmelsdorf? Because you looked so good on it at one point. Was it a player mistake, tactic mistake, pressure?
I think a combination of all three, actually. We had some terrible miscommunication going on, and I mean, we were leading by, I think, 4k HP at some point in that defense with the E3s, and then some things just went horribly wrong. It's really hard to explain it. If I look at the replays now, I just have to facepalm, and I don't know what happened there. But yeah, it was just a combination of misplays, miscommunication, bad calls, just everything that could go possibly wrong, we did wrong in that round.
And then you guys played versus Ding, and you told me you were hopeful playing against them, but it didn't seem like you guys were ready yet as a team to take them on.
Yeah, I have to agree there. I mean, we got 2 rounds off them, and I think those were both pretty good rounds. We got close in another 1 or 2 rounds, but overall they just were just 1 step ahead on almost every map, except for basically the Prokhorovka defense, where they played the same thing. They played the last 2 rounds, so we could simply counter them because we knew what they were doing. But in all the other rounds, they just had that 1 step in skill, experience, and tactics ahead of us. And we're going to have to step it up from now on.
So what do you think is the biggest thing KB can improve on right now?
We have to stabilize. We cannot afford to throw away more points at this point. I'd like to think that we gave the viewers a good show, but you don't get any points for entertaining, at least no points that actually matter. So what is important for us now is just getting the points from the games where we can easily get those points. We cannot afford to throw any matches again. We really need every single point. Not go into tiebreakers, but really close the deal when we have the chance to do so.
Talking about taking points, your next match is against Swift, who've only managed to pick up single victory so far, and that was against Legend, who currently sit with 0 victories. Do you think this is one of those matches where you need to take 3 points?
It certainly is. I'm not going to say it's an easy match or an easy 3 points, but this is one of those matches where we just need the 3 points when we cannot afford to throw them away, because it's getting really close at this point. We have only 4 points, and yeah, that's really not what we are looking for.
All right, thank you so much, Hellfish, and best of luck.
Thanks.
Said it before, we'll say it again. It's the storyline for today, those points. All these teams, all 4 of them today, really need those points, Mojo, KB and Swift especially.
Well, the lower you are kind of in a bracket, it's kind of obvious you really need to get things moving. No one wants to fall out. That's not the point of gaming. You want to be competitive. And as Hellfish said, yeah, that throw against Utopia, they really didn't need it. No one needs that. I mean, being so far up 4-1, it's rarely seen that you manage to throw it.
We've seen it so far this season.
We've seen it even before. I mean, let's not go there again. But it just happens. Like, this season is so full of turmoils. Guys go 4-0 up, then they go to tiebreaker. And, like, we never know what we'll see.
Does seem like our teams are almost ready in this one, Mojo. Take a look at the lineups for our first map. It is going to be Himmelsdorf. The map KB lost 3 rounds in a row against Utopia, and so far, flawless on it. 0% win ratio.
Well, KB here kind of didn't play it after that one match. It's really understandable, I would even say. But by their lineup here, on defensive side, they are changed. They are definitely changed now.
They have changed it up. Very aggressive lineup here coming. A very offensive lineup here, yeah.
No, actually, this is the identical lineup they were playing in last attack. Swift changed theirs a bit. So I guess Knekkebrud thinks it's still not a problem with the lineup. It's a problem with how they played it.
They had a lot of player mistakes, one could say, in all of those Himmelsdorf rounds.
Also, this lineup proved to be, after watching Utopia, if you remember those matches,
Very
how they
effective.
broke the defensive, really effective on rotations and catching people off. It's just about player skill and how you do the shots.
Does seem like our game is ready, so let's get into it. The first round of the first match is Swift against KB on Himmelsdorf.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
There we have it, our first game between these two starting in 2 seconds here. Mojo, what do you think we're going to see?
I'm just going to ask you, do you know what's percentage of Knekkebrud's success on Himmelsdorf?
0.
0. Okay, let's see. This is the standard gameplay we have so far. Most of the guys are going up on a hill and some defensive down. Genghis is playing. That's very interesting. We've seen him first time on the last match, I think.
Genghis in the lineup might make a difference.
He actually performed pretty well.
Now, KB,
and Raven is also starter here now.
Raven, I don't see Brati, which isn't.
Yeah, Brati misperformed several matches, so I guess he's a bit on a bench to cool off. But a lot of Swift guys taking the rail as usual, and Knekkebrud countering it with really hardcore fast push. We already mentioned, if you don't defend that upper cap, like with a bunch of tanks, and you just leave someone low there, it can be a big problem, because now you have 5 guys from Swift completely down out to the fight, and if Knekkebrud realizes that, this match is already over. I mean, this game.
Yeah, KB now already putting 2 guys on the cap, and Tarantula joining as well. I will push it down. You can see there's still 5 tanks from Swift in that southern side. Atmospheric here might be forced to go and reset.
3 guys are in a cap, actually. This is really nice because Tarantula is on upper part of the cap, and you have 2 50Bs on the lower part of the cap. Now, why is that interesting? 50Bs are never meant to cap, so they are just there so they can counter push, guys. So as soon as the problem starts, they will just go somewhere and push full speed. Now, Failware is left here down, so he would see someone like Mandrex, who is peeking over to reset the guys above. And whatever happens, the 1390 here is safe.
They were expecting it as though Crux and Xanaleon had their turns. Mandax taking a lot on this one as well, but Failware...
This is a solid and good play.
This is a solid and good play. Keep an eye on that capture circle. Atmospheric is now pushed back. Yes, Failware is a lot of trouble here, but they have to come back for this capture circle. Atmospheric in that E5 is going to have to be the one that now they're trying to shield Tarantula in this one, I guess, as Failware is
They're
dead.
just going to put one guy who was resetted last, and he will take the least amount of the points, and the other guys will just safely cap behind. And who cares? Failure to die, but the mission is success.
1 second left on the cap, 0 seconds left, and it is going to be KB picking up the first round here with a stunning cap.
Failure survived. They have to abandon him and go for the reset. They just left him.
Oh,
but this was really nice.
It was a nice read.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Swift falling towards habits, not changing the play.
Same rotations.
Yeah, that's what got to them.
If you paid attention there, you could see Mandax. It's exactly what he did when we saw them play before. He drives onto that rubble pile, then he peeks over and resets. Well, now the issue for him was both Crooks and Xanaleon both waiting there.
Yes,
They dropped
and
into
Failure
600.
was there proxying and playing a bait entire game. He was
I think
just
he
playing a
only reset
bait.
at one of the
I'm
50Ds.
really surprised. How did he
But why
survive?
Atmospheric was full HP? He went way too far back.
He would die anyways. Everyone was focused just to kill whoever would come to reset. Like, this was a really good mind play, counter strat to the point. Yes, pretty nice. I like it.
That was a quick victory on Himmelsurf.
Yeah.
And KB,
first victory.
first victory on
There you
Himmelsurf. Oh, now they're not flawless anymore.
Yeah. What can you do now? But this is better for them, I would say. Happy little hellfish.
We talked about it before. KB, very good team at reading enemy strategies, especially if they make the same rotations.
Yeah, they had really good plays so far. We all remember the HE spam on on a rail, but every time the problem was the closing. After that, they would get the full tank ahead and then just throw. Full tank ahead and then just throw. Well, this time reactions were really fast. The read was good, and every play till then,
And
step by
going back
step, was
towards
really good.
Tarantula was the
Brilliant.
right call.
It was really good.
I don't even know how Failware survived that.
I don't know. At one moment, I thought he's dead, and then I just realized everyone from Swift
Well, he was surrounded,
panicked.
he was
and-
surrounded by 5 guys.
Yeah, everyone just panicked and just left him and tried to decap all of them together. And he was like, what?
Well, I think if this goes to a tiebreaker, I'm pretty much sure who's going to be on the attacking side, on the choosing the side more.
Yeah, this was probably the fastest game we will see today, probably.
Probably. Let's take a look at the stats, or the lack of it, pretty much, in that last round here. Failware.
Failware the man.
How he survived that is beyond me.
I would really like to see amount of shells bounced, if possible.
I really think he just drove back over that rubble pile.
Yeah, he did eventually. He went on the
Yeah.
upper court, but how did he survive till
How
then?
did he survive? There was 4 clippers
It
around
is a
him, I think.
miracle.
It was a miracle, but here the stats. There's not much to see in this one. It's the stats. It's not the stats that are important
It's
in this one.
tactics.
It's the
And when
it's
you see the guys that are the top damage dealers, everyone below 2k, what else to say? I believe
What's
some
that?
of them are not even above. Look at this.
Who was on the capture circle? Do I have him in my fantasy team or not?
Tarantula was on capture and the 50 beast.
Crooks and
Genghis?
Genghis. I don't have either. God, it's not good.
You think they're the only ones who did damage?
No. Cap give also a point. You know?
Really?
I think so.
Oh, it's so XVM based. Damn.
But there we see the lack of stats from the Swift side. Mirsky, Road, Atmospheric, Mikhailov.
No damage to be seen anywhere.
That's a very, I mean, one can say that's a very rookie mistake to fall against the capture like that.
It's too many tanks that were down. Like
It was exactly the same rotation that we've seen before.
Instant they saw
They
those
just-
tanks.
Even from the
where were
beginning,
they?
I think KB pretty much knew what Swift was going to do. They just drove straight down the 8 line. No.
This is, I think, first couple of playdays we've seen matches actually rush that 8 line, but they were usually using tier 9 budgets for that fast pressure on the cap, and it
I don't
worked
think Swift
pretty decent.
expected it that 250 piece would drive on the cap.
No. This was new. This was new for us. Pretty nice, guys. Nice. Let's see the next one.
Let's see the next one, Mojo. You're all right. Let's take a look at the lineups for the next one as he's trying to steal my job here. That's okay. Now, KB, again, going with their Grilla. I like it. Those E3s we saw against Utopia, they were okay, but once...
And Swift, again, not changing their lineup. It's identical as they played it the last time. Now, if Knekkebrud already mind play them, let's see what happens now. Because if they play step by step all the time the same, it's not going to really go well for them.
Well, Swift played it rather well last time with their Grilla, though.
Yes, they did. But also, let us never forget, they did play the Legend in the last match.
Wow, that is not...
Yeah, so it's not a performance issue. Legend really has to work on their plays.
But it does seem like our teams are ready, so let's get into it. The second round between these two, KB currently up 1-0. Swift now on the attacking side, Mojo. And what do you think is going to be coming out from Swift?
Swift this time, if they play anything similar, they will rotate the map 4 times in a row. And then they will decide where to go, because this is how they play. They just go to the hill with some guys, then they spot this, spot that. Some guys come up, some guys come down, and then in the last 3 minutes they attack.
For
But-
KB, fairly common. Raven into A5 and a 1-2 line defense. Crespix in this Gorilla. I was a fan of him in the Gorilla, so it's okay.
Yeah, he played it well last time compared to those FETDs where he did 0 to 100 damage approximately. This one he did like about 3k, so it was nice.
No Leech Spear, by the way.
And oh, I just noticed and I have him in my team.
Oh.
A snap. Problem. Ooh. But we see Raven. Raven is on A5. That's the standard position we've shown. That you can use.
Mandax.
Really risky.
Mandax, even more damage here. Mojo, if you remember, this is where he went down against the Wild Bunch as well.
Yeah, he was sniping a bit
Not good.
too much. I guess he's a kind of a greedy guy.
Yeah, he died. The reason why I remember it is because he died exactly there with a bat shot on the hill. Now he already
spotted, so they already know there are two of them on the hill.
How? That was Mandax there, definitely over peaking, overstaying. Took way too much damage in that one.
Yeah, he's now pretty much in a problem because he's on 2-shot for all of those guys. If he meets any Clipper, that side is lost. So
oh, Crespix though, the sneaky shot between the train wagons. A nice 800 hit there on Genghis. That was really nice.
Good shot.
Well, it's the Gorilla though, so you can make those shots with that. That very accurate.
But it's not only through the wagons. Was it through the window also?
No.
It
was over the buildings.
Yeah, it was over.
Into G1 between the two wagons.
Nice
That's
connection.
a nice shot.
That's a nice connection.
Well, basically made up for the HP Mandax lost.
Not, because this is kind of a heavy tank and this is a
Much of a
Batchat that you need
pretend.
for rotation. So I would prefer to have that health on that Batchat than on a heavy, you know?
Crooks here has to be careful as well. Crespix doesn't really have draw range on him, but he can still blind shoot it, so has to be careful. Now, the play coming out though from Swift down that 8 line.
It's kind of risky leaving Mirsky so
I think
far
Mirsky
out.
will reposition though. He should reposition.
Yeah, they're counting that there is no rotation coming from Kneckebrud. But it is a risky play by him.
Now Road will join the cap and then the jig is up pretty much for Swift.
Interesting is how passive Kneckebrud is. They are really reluctant to do any kind of offensive spotting. Afraid to go in some trap. It's a problem when you make traps for other people, you're afraid of your own shadow then.
Now this is a very deep defense, you could say, from Swift to defend Road on that cap. With Mirsky being that far up, has to be very careful there. If Xana, for example, sneak towards G3, G4, probably shoot him very nicely on the side.
By positioning of Swift, we can see that Road is just a sacrificial lamb. They don't intend to cover him that much, just to do some damage, and the real rotation and strike will come if Kneckebrud comes from the lower side. If they come from the upper, Grille will fire one, Mikhailov also, and Road will try to run away if he manages.
Now capture circle, keep an eye on that, down to 67 seconds here. They still have a lot of tanks in position there. Crooks, Failware, Hellfish, Raven. Now Tarantula, I think, wants to get some sneaky shells into Mirsky.
He can do it on Mirsky, definitely, here. But it will be interesting.
Mirsky needs somebody to get into his side though, because now Tarantula won't really pen his front.
It looks Skylax and Mandrax are really persistent, and they're still waiting down. The push coming from Kneckebrud might actually crack them, because they don't have many tanks there.
Ooh, nice shell again though from Crespix. 659 onto Failware here. That Gorilla paying dividends so far.
And Road is running away. He just resetted the cap without taking damage. Raven is now in position to permanently reset him. So the cap pressure is off limits now, at least on that side of the map. But some price in blood, let's say, is paid.
It's going to be very interesting to see what is going to be the plan here for Swift. There's a lot of KB tanks there together. They could actually maybe surprise Mirsky if they wanted to.
Oh, they have decent crossfire to cover Mirsky now, and he can just flip between the D and E line all the time. So that's not an issue. And there is gathering on 5 live now. It's a really slow game.
A lot of them getting spotted here, and Road smartly repositioning. Knows there's a potential for the KB tanks to come around the corner, but Crooks there. Maybe over-peaking a little bit. Crooks, mate, needs to go saving this one. Takes another one, so takes 3 shells for his trouble. Shouldn't really take those shells there.
Look like you're playing a mouse. 4 shells.
Crespix has a
Oh,
nice...
he's gonna burn. He's gonna burn.
Oh, Crooks is going to go down here. No, it survives on 19 HP. That's a full 50B loss. Atmospheric picking up the Tarantula in the meantime. And Swift, Mojo, look at the HP. They're back in the game.
Swift manages to recover everything by Crook's foul play there. And he's just lucky to be alive because of all the tank skill he has on that account. But there is a desperation push coming out of the Knekkebrud now.
This is not good though. They're driving straight into Crespix and his Gorilla here. Lands another shell. That's shell number 4 in this round. Again, Mojo. Crespix and that Gorilla, just like last week, he is making a big difference for his team.
Those slow TDs are definitely not meant for him. He is performing on this one, and he might, and he just did end Crooks.
He did end Crooks here, so it's a little bit engagement on 2 sides here as Mirsky is fighting with Hellfish, and at the same time we have Raven and Genghis on the other side, but Genghis goes down and Raven now surrounded from 2 sides. Mikhailov in that 50B will make short work of him. As now Crespix picks up Hellfish, another shot coming out from Crespix, and Sanaleon, the last one standing here. Rhodes saying it might be a close match, while Mojo is starting to look like one.
Swift played, as we said, cautiously, slow, and they did find a button to press against the Knekkebrud. And again, a mistake by Knekkebrud. After that first game, that was a great read and everything. What was Crooks doing on the middle of the street there?
I mean, Crooks was just in the 5 line, getting 2 shells, 3 shells, and then getting set on fire.
Seriously, he was just standing there and trying to return a shell to people who are angling, they are in cooldown or whatever. And then he goes, other guys are waiting him. He's like a ball, just bouncing left and right and taking damage.
Swift made the right rotations in this one, though, I would say. I mean, KB, their push was a little bit readable, and Swift had nice control and nice
I didn't
spotting.
see any significant damage coming out of Hellfish, who played Grille. Like, he did not counter Crespix
I did see significant damage from Crespix, though.
Yeah, but Crespix had pretty much free shooting spree there. No one countered him. Like, if you had an FETD, so you might really aim there, and he would be in a problem, but let's check it out.
Let's check it out how much Crespix managed to do in this one, as he is going to be leading the scoreboard here. 3.4k damage, not bad.
I mean, the scoreboard says it all. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4 guys from Swift in the top, and Crespix, when he performs on this Himmelsdorf, they are finally winning. So, good for them.
You can see there, yeah, I mean, they had very nice control there. Tarantula, Failware, Raven, not really working out there.
Well, Crespix gave them pretty nice advantage, though.
But they drove straight into him, just like last week, but people drove straight into him. Again, they drive through that B line. He gets 1 free shell onto Genghis again, and then he manages to pick one of the
driving at
F215Bs.
him, but I didn't see anyone actually shooting at him behind. Like, what was Hellfish aiming for? Also, I noticed he had a damaged gun. So that's kind of a problem for a Grille as an ETD, but okay. They just left him there, and it's a tank without any kind of armor. I can understand if you say, okay, you see an E3 there, so you're not going to bother much shooting him. It's kind of a problem if you don't play an FETD. But a Grille, anyone can pen him with HE and really return him a shell and make him problem and kill half of his crew or whatever. But no, there was no counter there. They were just driving and taking damage.
This round, I want to give it over to Swift. That was well. They controlled 5 line. They knew exactly who was where from KB the entire time. And then they had the 5 line to the back. They knew exactly how many tanks they had. And then they went to just start picking off from every side. Road ran away. They started pushing 1-2 line. Xana was stuck there. Hellfish.
It was a slow game. It was not pretty to watch. But tactically wise, it was sound. They responded to everything correct.
Might be a close match, Mojo. We can move into our next map here. It is going to be Ghost Town. And we have our lineups ready. So let's take a look. You can see. Ooh, Swift. Mojo, 4 113s, AMX 50B, 229 batch chat. If they had one more 113, it'd be Rage Quit.
Oh dear, but definitely the lineup. But look at the Knekkebrud also. These lineups are so one-sided. Look at this.
4 50Bs. We have seen this before, and we've talked about this before as well. We've said that if one of those 50Bs doesn't manage to clip well, those Conquerors and FE215Bs are going to get completely wiped aside by the 113s.
And honestly, I like if you just watch a lineup by lineup, I at the moment like Knekkebrud a bit more because they are on attacking side, and if they are looking for a conflict, if they manage, and also Knekkebrud really likes to play offensive in attacks. And we've seen them win several rounds by just storming the enemy. And I hope Swift was doing that kind of research because they should know it by now. So this lineup is really go to just go shoot and through and push.
So it does seem like our game is ready. The score is all even. Now moving into Ghost Town.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
There we have it now, the score all even. And Mojo, about this attacking side, KB so far, they have the highest percentage on their attacking side, so we kind of expect them to be good on it.
They're really decent there, but in all honesty, their defense is really horrible here. Again, we said like
It's going to be about who can pick up the defense.
Yes, because both of these teams have actually 0% on defense. so let's see how this goes. Because those 50 Bs are sticking together as well as 113s.
Rode missed the spot. He missed the spot. These 50 Bs, they'll have the warning of the cap. They'll know exactly how many tanks are in there.
But they also did not see Swift tanks.
Both teams are rotating around each other pretty much here.
Battle of the Blind.
So all the heavies are now spotted out pretty much.
The positions of KB are at the moment better, because if 113s push around the corner, those clippers will be a nightmare and they can just run away as they are. Will Crespix and Vendrex get caught?
Yeah, Crespix is going to be the first one here. Now these 50 Bs, it doesn't look like they're about to stop here. Crespix has to be careful. Already these 50 Bs peeking around, but there's a lot of 113s here. If Swift can coordinate the fire, they should be okay in this one, but they're also getting flanked right now, Mojo, from the side. But these 50 Bs might have overextended just a little bit here as Raven's out of ammo. Genghis is out of ammo as well. Now Crooks and Hellfish, all of the 50 Bs are on reload, Mojo. They're getting picked up one by one here.
This is a huge problem because they didn't manage to focus out a single tank. This is the weakness of this setup, as you spoke. Having 3 British tanks, it really helps, but 2 of them are already dead.
Two of these British tanks are already dead, and here now Failware is going to be the next one. Like I said, these 113s, they can shoot through those British tanks as well. Raven goes down before he can reload, and we said it, these 50 Bs, they need to coordinate their fire. There's still 5 guys left for Swift in this one. Now Crooks is coming from behind with a full clip, but there's only so little he can do with only 4 shells.
Oh man, this is a big blunder. I mean, KB did a lot of damage in this game, but it was so badly coordinated. We haven't seen anyone fall in their first clips. All 7 guys were alive and still pumping their damage.
And there we go. It's going to be Swift picking up their first
defensive round. There's a lot of firsts on this match.
There's a lot of firsts
Epic,
there.
epic.
Now, we talked about it before. I even mentioned it, if these 50 Bs, you know, they spread their damage so much.
Yeah, it looked like, oh, look at this equalizer of damage,
but
like
Swift,
everyone is
what
dying.
they did really well is nobody was alone. Those 113s, they were all next to each other, all peeking together.
Yeah, they didn't do a mistake. Many bad teams would just do a mistake and maybe leave Mendrix and Crespix there alone, and other guys would push around the corner and try to get those 50 Bs from the back, and then they would fall in a crossfire from the FE heavies of KB. That was probably the plan of KB all the time, that those 3 British heavies are shooting whoever rotates behind 50 Bs and they catch a free kill. But Swift made a good call, tactical call, to trench in with those heavy tanks, and they managed to cover each other's health. So when 50 Bs ran out of the fuel, I mean the shells.
The shells. Mojo, I think it's time to take a very quick look at the post-game stats. You can see here Failware, yes, British heavy, a lot of DPM, but it's a real issue if there's 4 players from Swift in the top 7 there.
Yeah, 5 of them is there. I mean, come on. Even the guy that was not in a start there, Mikhailov, he came really fast and started clipping them in the back. It's just not enough. It's just not enough.
The damage here for KB is still okay, but I feel like on the second page, we're going to see the real issues here. As yeah.
Xane Leon, he's the first British who died. And that's a big
And
problem
Hellfish
for
only
them.
getting, we talked about it, if one of those 50Bs doesn't perform, can be a real issue. One of them didn't, and it was an issue. Because you could see they needed to kill at least 1-1-1-3. At the very least, it'd be good if they killed 2, pretty much. Now they killed none, the 1-1-3 is pushed forwards, everybody's on reload, 50B, after 50B goes down. It's sure, nice, you have 3 British heavies there, but if you have nobody to clip after...
Let us remember that this is the duel between 9th and 10th team in the league at the moment. Everyone from position 9 to down is, after this phase 1, going to disappear from the further competition. So no matter how people can feel and say, okay, we had tougher opponents or this or that, it's still, this is how the standings are. And this is the battle for survival. So if Knekkebrud doesn't try to play a bit more kind of coexistent, I mean, it's okay if you pull off a cheese like on a first game, but now this is just a standard play fail they're doing now at this moment. So if they don't manage to pull their game up, they're going to lose to Swift.
There's a lot on the line here. Talking about line, let's take a look at the lineups. So you can see here now,
Wait, is this
32 is back. Hello.
in defense? They're defending with 32? That's a new approach.
A4, maybe?
Oh, probably. That's the first thing I'm thinking of. Unless they want to sacrifice him. T57, we haven't seen it perform yet that much on Ghost Town, but honestly, I just tried it in a random other
It's
day,
great.
and it's a beast now.
It's very
like with that
bouncy.
armor.
HD armor, now the armor...
It's a big change, yes.
Yeah.
It's a big change.
The
and
angles,
that's why
the angles
everyone's
changed
using
a lot on the armor. The HD model changed the angles a little bit, which makes it so the 57 ricochets a lot more than before.
But Swift, all-around setup, this is the decent setup. You have everything here. You have meat, you have people who can cap.
and you have somebody who
pressure.
can push first, you Honda.
Yeah, you can press both the caps. So Knekkebrud is trying to pull off some cheese again
And
here with his 32, while Swift is playing tactic.
Let's see where this T32 decides to go as we move into our 4th round between these two already. Swift currently 2-1 up. And I really want to see where the T32 decides to go.
Yeah, I'm kind of really interested.
We've seen it being used before, if you remember Isna, and I think he picked up like 3 or 4 kills. That was amazing.
Yeah,
Tarantula.
he was dearly ignored most of the battle, I remember that.
Now this T32, probably the small gun like we said before. For Swift, looks like a northern approach first, but they can rotate anywhere with this lineup.
For me, against this, what Knekkebrud has, the logical thing would go to strike on 1 cap. It's kind of the best thing you can do with this lineup. Crespix is really far away from the rest of his team. I mean, okay, it's really nice. Oh, look at how he did a break on this bush, so Xaneleon didn't spot him, but he did spot him.
Now there's 2 50Bs waiting here. It's a common start. Now
We also seen if you have 250 Bs here, that Bachat in B9, which Swift does not have, can really own them. Oh, Mursky paying the
Mursky
price
though.
of inexperience.
paying there, the T10, yes, can start great, but he has to expose too much to the 50Bs, getting some free shells there. Already dropping him a little bit, but still though. What is Tarantula doing in his T32?
What is interesting here and bad? Like, okay, approach of Swift, all around control of map, interesting.
They really put the T32 in E4?
Oh yeah,
Really?
yeah, he's a sacrificial lamb. If they push there, they're gonna sack him and shoot with the rest of the tanks.
Yeah, but still, I don't know.
Better than Rue, mate. Rues were not performing that great on
I mean, it gives them
Ghost
it
tank.
gives them a hold down tank that can pen as well.
It
so
gives them a tank that
yeah,
can survive his
it's not bad
seconds.
actually. He'll survive for a little bit. If they push, he gives them info. He can do 2 to 3 shells with the small
Exactly.
gun.
They will pay it back and it doesn't matter
Yeah.
after that. But I don't like the fact that Crespis is still down. If he was behind Mursky covering him, he would do damage on those 50 Bs while they were shooting at him. Also, E100 was still far behind, so Mursky was just doing his solo peeking. That was not good. Taking those 2 shots and when you are the tank who needs to go to the cap is not good. But
He does have the cap now though, so
Yep.
at least Swift have something now. Now Crespix being that far south, it might still work out for him if Sana decides to overexpose here.
KB to win this round actually has to win engagement now, the big fight, because I think Swift at the moment has upper positions. And it will be interesting to see Crespix dealing together with Xeneleon.
Yeah, who's gonna win here first in the Batchite fight? This
It
could change
does
a lot.
not
It
look
looks
well.
like Xana is winning it right now. Xana has 3.
So
Crespix
Crespix
has 4.
is just holding him off. so there will be no decap from the back position.
Ooh, but Xane misses there, which gives Crespix the advantage here. Xane should only have one more, but at the same time, Skylex picks down
took out
Genghis.
This is a problem now because Nekebrod actually has no tanks to push in. They're not that fat, and that E100 can prove to be a huge problem.
Great overmatch there from Swift. They saw those 50 Bs from Crooks and Raven being out of the fight and chose to take the overmatch against Genghis there. Made short work of him, and now Crooks and Raven really can't get in on this one. Look how far
Look at this,
Mandex
they're
is
trying
pushed
to
up.
catch Crespix now, who is really all in on
Oh.
Xaneleon, but that was so greedy and needless.
Mandex here needs to land another shell, as he does onto Failware. So Failware now down to 831.
But he'll
should
finish
go
him off.
down. He should go down here, but Hellfish at the same time getting pushed on by the rest of Swift as well. The T-57, yes, it can bounce more, but one more shell left. He's on out of ammo. Mikhailov picks him up, and it looks again Swift in a good situation
And
here.
not forget, Cap is still on, and they're winning the fight hand on hand. The Cap is still on, guys. So like Nekebrod still has to send someone to deal with that.
Crooks has to reset here, takes the shell from Mirsky, needs to land the reset, 10 seconds, he does land the reset, but it's him, Raven and Xana left, and Xana is on a one-shot, Raven only has one more shell, so that 50B is done for.
It's really all in vain, because just by looking HP and number of the guns positioning, Crooks can maybe he can end Mirsky now.
Mirsky is behind the building. I mean,
He's safe again, and Crooks has only one shell. Wow!
so
Wow!
that's Raven down as well. Now Xana, Crooks, the last one left here. Crooks might be able to pick up Mirsky. Mirsky with a damaged ammo rack there, you can see the reload, it's insane. Crooks is flanking around, but Mirsky still picks it up. Now Xana is the last one standing, and again Swift making the right rotations. A little bit greedy at the end there, but the right rotations, the right calls.
I mean, this game would be even so far easier if Crespix just didn't suicide. Pressure from distance to shoot on Xane or hugging the red line, I would understand, but that breaking all the buildings and let's go at him, not expecting he will have any help, was kind of silly. But still, even that blunder of the move brought them advantage, because while they were dealing with him and turning around, they were getting pushed on the other side.
And will be Road to pick up the last kill here now. Swift, 3-2-1 up, and what they did so well in that round, we kind of missed it ourselves as well, is when Crespix got spotted in the south in the one-on-one with Sana. Those 250Bs were watching Crespix, and what they did so well is they pushed around. Yeah, there's a T-32 there and Genghis Wolf. 2 free pickups.
It was a really good play by Swift. Their reactions again on spot, not reacting to any
Look a lot
kind
better.
of cheese. No, this is a whole another team compared to the start of the season. Like, they are on point now, dealing really well with situations, while KB shows a lot of cracks in their hull. Like, really a lot of problems here.
I'm not sure why Genghis is that far up, for example, because the 50Bs, they can't cover him. They were trying to watch Crespix. They were so far back.
It's not only that, their whole plan relied on that rotation from the south. Baksane got stopped by Crespix in a start. So there was no real push force to decap there.
Let's take a look at the stats, though, from that last round. You can see here it is going to be Mikhailov again. Last week, he performed really well as well.
Yes, 3.3k, really nice on that 50B. Mendrex, 2.5 with that E100, that's pretty good. With only 3 shots.
That's good.
Did he Amorex someone or set someone on fire?
No, he can just roll that. I mean, divided by 3.
Oh, those are really ultra high rolls by
Yeah.
him then.
But he can roll that, I think. But yeah, he can roll that.
Yes, but look at this. Tarantula doing more
Genghis.
damage than Genghis. Not so good this
I
game.
mean, Genghis just got caught out completely by the boys from Swift. That is not what they want. That T32 is doing so much more than Genghis.
That's sad, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real issue there for them. Because everybody else from Swift, Crespix is the least damage dealer in their team, and he still has 1.2. And there's 2 guys below him which have 800 combined.
If he just didn't go in suicide, he would probably do more.
Probably.
But okay.
Now, Mojar, next map though, if any map was the map KB could come back on, it is this one, because they're still flawless on it.
I think it's Swift.
Is Swift flawless on it?
Yes.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh.
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 But KB
Oof.
has a flawless defense record there.
Yeah.
But Swift has a flawless record everywhere there.
yeah.
But on other hand, they did play only the, let's say, lower part of the bracket teams on mines. So we actually do not know how will they do against other teams. They play more aggressive, inventive, and so on. Like we saw that Mines against TWP, that did not look good. I mean, they won it, but it really looked bad.
It should be a good map for both teams, though, so it might be interesting to see both of them. Fairly high win ratio.
So far, I haven't seen Swift play that ultra aggressive, and Mines is really aggressive map.
No, they have. They have. They pushed through. If you remember, they pushed straight down the 3 and 8 line. I think it was against the Wild Bunch.
Yes,
with like 3
that was the game where they caught them out. But that was a counterplay because they realized.
Well, it was really aggressive.
Yeah,
though.
it was. But KB are usually the guys who like to go to the middle.
Let's take a look at the lineups though for the next round. That's what that was the best counter I've seen so far on Mines, where they just pushed straight down the 8 line, completely wrecked them. But you can see here fairly common lineup from both teams. M4043 for KB, T49 for Swift.
Knekkebrod playing the identical almost lineup as last time. Only 113. Wait, is that it? Yes. It's pretty much one more 113 except one Bachat in attack. So they want some more meat. It's with this lineup they might even preferentially play water.
Both teams can play
Swift
the
has
hill, though.
49. Yeah, but Swift did play. They did play the last game we were watching them. They're going middle and island with this. So it was a huge clash and the enemy ran right into them. If you remember, it was kind of a short game.
It was a short game. Both teams could find on the hill here. It's going to be fairly important who gets hill control on this one.
I would say Swift has an advantage if they really decide to go for hill.
Let's see if Swift does have the advantage as our game is ready. It's going to be Mines.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
So here we have it, Mojo, now. What do you think of the RD? Turnchula had one-shot at Chuckish last time, if you remember.
Yeah, it was a really almost a one-shot, yeah, but he played well, though they lost. That was the issue. Like, Tarantula actually played really well in that match. And it was kind of sad to see them lose that one. But, let's see. Swift doing identical stuff as in the last game. This is copy-paste from the last game they played. So Knekkebrod should know it by now. Okay. Failware, Crux, and Xaneleon. Failware success, Crux success. Xaneleon had to break a bit. Maybe.
Oh, they do it without speed. Nice.
Nice.
That's another way. That's the third way then.
Yeah, not loss of HP there, like we've seen in Ding match. That was kind of auto loss.
Genghis took one for his trouble. He didn't boost, so it's okay.
Doesn't matter. They have 3 guys at the hill, and no one knows that they're there. And Swift has no people on the 9 or 0 line on those boosts. They're completely in the water. I would say at the moment Knekkebrod actually has an upper hand.
Yeah, that nobody on that 0 line position. I mean, it's leaving a big factor on this map open.
Seriously, like, look at positioning of Swift. Like, if Knekkebrod just pushes their base and one cap, what will they do about it? They are now in really bad position. They have to counterattack through the water.
This is very old school. This is very old school here from Swift. Even old format old school here.
Yeah, mate, but old school is not always good. That's why it's so old.
But they're making a base of defense here. They'll send 1-1-1-3 to C3. They'll keep road in G4, and they'll play from there on. So they have everything spotted, and they're pretty already safe. That's the control they want. They're playing a 1-2 line control. It's very hard to make it successfully work, but it can happen. You don't give complete hill dominance and 0 line dominance to the other team.
The only problem I see here is because Knekkebrod left no one at A4. So there was no one to spot that and shoot them in the distance, so that's why they're paying the heavy price now. Look at the Crux HP, like this is getting wrecked.
What hit? What got wrecked? Oh, the batches from the 1-2 line must have been. Must have been the batches from 1-2 line. Nice shots of Failware though. You can see if he makes it, yes. Failware is their dedicated climber, if you remember.
Okay, the Failware guys pulled off a boost from A5 to A4, so they will have someone, but he's spotted at the moment, so he has
some
to fade.
crossfire now.
But they will have some crossfire. But this was a lot of damage done for Swift, and really careless play by Crux again.
Well, Mirsky is without his loader. He's so unlucky. Last round it was Amorak, this round it's Loader. Look at Mikhailov, where he is.
He actually managed to sneak there. No, but he is spotted.
He's spotted. Yeah,
They know he's
spotted.
there, but it's kind of a problem because he's completely alone. If they send only one guy, he can deal with him.
But look at the rotation here. I mean, nobody's really spotting the southern side here. This could work wonders. Really.
I don't understand the Ravens' position and why is no one covering this side here. Like, finally they saw Road come out, but why was no one covering that side all the time? Mursky is here
Mursky
pretty
is
much
done.
a bait. But
Mursky is done
he's there
for.
left as a bait. They literally just left him, so he would be counter-attacked while they're doing the real push here, and here comes the exchange.
Here comes the exchange. Crespic's already taking a little bit. It's expected to get up this hill. Gengar's dropping even lower in that TVP. Now Crooks should go down here as well. Has to be forced off this hill. Crooks gets tracked, gets held, gets blown up. Now 2 tanks down already. Mursky is still alive as well. Xana taking even more. And KB falling apart yet again. An easy sudden rotation catching them off guard completely.
I really don't understand what is Neckerwood thinking. They're just lost in space on this match. We can see them get the position and they just don't know what to do with it, while Swift is actually doing all the plays on the map. Unreal!
Unreal play here from Swift, as KB only has 3 tanks left. Now Hellfish taking some more, the leader. One of the last 3 standing. Failware, Xana, not much they can do in this one either. Hellfish might get another shot off as he bounces. Road also bounces, so he'll survive just a tad longer as Skylex picks up Xana, and it's all onto Hellfish and Failware. As I say that, all onto Failware. Well, this is
this is a new moment for
Atmospheric.
Atmospheric, but he has kind of a luck. Wow, did not see this coming, did not
I
expect
don't think
this.
KB saw this coming either.
No, I don't think they saw
They
much
got
of the map
very
either.
caught off guard by that. They didn't expect a very... This is the part where the 1-2 line control can work, because they didn't expect it at all. They took a lot of damage. Genghis took more damage. Failware took more damage. Crooks took more damage.
Yeah, but it is so easy to counter 1-2.
But they didn't. They have nobody. They have nobody
No,
there.
but once they
They just thought that Swift was in a passive position in the base. That's
fine,
it.
but if you take the hill and you see no one, why are the tanks immediately not going down, rotating left and right? Why did they, again, leave unspotted position for back rotation when they're coming out from the water, from their base side? No one was even paying attention to that. There is no RT from Swift that can punish you. Why was someone not dedicated doing that?
The spot on the south was a little bit late. As you look at the stats in the meantime, it was very late. They managed to... KB pulled so many tanks off the hill that Swift could just push back on the hill and take it.
Seriously, they're just giving them the map all over the place. They take the middle and then, whoops, nothing here.
At least Swift is making the correct rotations though. They see tanks leaving the hill, they decide to go back on the hill and take down Crooks, who got tracked and held, and then Genghis as well, who already took a lot of damage.
After these plays, Swift is proving to be a team that will maybe even be in position to stay in the later part, as we expected before the season started.
We expected them to be there.
And then after those
But
first
so did
games,
we
it was
expect
kind
about KB.
Cold shower. But yeah, KB,
Crooks.
match point for Swift. Man, I would not see this coming after
Nope.
those matches. No way. Like, no way.
Now at least
And
KB
Crooks
has
with a careless play. Look at this. 400 damage again.
Mursky was just left behind, but he stayed alive for so long as well.
Like, they just left him as a victim, you know, so they could do a push unspotted. He was perma-spotted all the
It
time.
was the correct push though. It was well read by Swift.
Yeah, and it was badly played by KB.
Well, Sweater now down 4-1 Mojo.
A match point for Swift. I'm going to repeat again. Yeah, it's happening.
Match point for Swift. We thought this match was going to be a lot closer. I mean, even I thought this would be a lot closer, but so far Swift has the better reads, the better rotations.
After that first game that was really brilliant by KB, like really nicely played, they don't show much in games where you actually have to decide what to do tactically. The calls are all late and wrong, and there are a lot of misplays by their players. On the other hand, Swift, after getting caught in that first one, playing it cool, balanced all around, not too big commitment anywhere, and they're just winning it. Everything just works. Whatever they try, it just works.
Now, at least KB has a flawless record on the defensive side.
Yeah,
so there is hope. There's hope.
They might win an attack. Oh, but Swift has a flawless on attack on mines
So it's a flawless defense
and attack.
and a flawless attack. So somebody's going to lose their 100%.
Yep.
It's the day of first.
So
Let's take a look at the lineups into our possibly lost round already here. Repeat again, these teams placed 9 and 10.
identical lineup by Swift like in previous games, but we've seen that's not a
T54E1.
problem.
T54E1 for KB here.
Yeah, we
Probably
we've
under
seen
the hill.
Ding played that, but it didn't really pay out.
Could this be a hill push? I'm thinking to myself, the E5 is kind of slow, E1's kind of slow. I kind of feel like they'll just put the E1 under the hill.
Actually, Kusok did like 3k, not Kusok, Kuric did like 3k damage in it.
Would they go hill? I don't think so. I doubt it. I think
Um,
E1 will just be put under the hill to shoot zero line.
KB? KB, I don't think.
I don't think so. I don't think they'll be going hill.
No way with this.
I mean, we've seen teams go there with E5,
But
but,
Swift,
E1.
Swift likes to go hill with this.
Well, Swift has the perfect lineup for the hill. But it does seem like our game is ready, so let's get into it. Swift against KB. Swift currently up 4-1. Now on the offensive side on mines. Mojo, what do you think?
I don't know, that E5 has so much, I'm staying in a base written all over it. That's kind
the
of...
gorilla as well.
Yeah, so we've seen teams go offensively there, but it's mainly guys like Ding, but then they play some unorthodox plays. And as we think, Failware boosting,
Dedicated booster, first part, nice. Second part,
Swift going for
well
a kill,
done, he
as we
made it.
thought, and taking it. And who do we have below? Hellfish. Hellfish in his tier 9.
as I thought, that
Yeah.
E54, the 54E1, just there really to shoot the boost
And
as
Crooks
expected.
is on G4. So yeah, this is kind of a standard defense by KB. They're not really experimenting at the moment. And Swift taking some punches here.
Atmospheric already taking a few there. Kind of expected with the position Failware has. Now, how are they going to deal with this boost? We've seen Kazna, how they dealt with it, but there's no opening there because they pushed Vetso straight into the base where Raven was, and then 2 guys from the hill. But it
And let's not forget, now there is Raven there, yeah, as you said. And when Kazna pushed Vetso, there was absolutely no one on that position. It was wide open. Crespix already spotted. Ooh, will he take another one?
yeah, he will. He should. Hellfish has 2 opportunities to shoot him. Right here is opportunity number 1, which he
Let's see,
didn't
will he
take.
connect?
He should have already landed 1 shell there. But he has a second opportunity here when the third of Crespix
Now.
is over. Now,
There we go.
it wasn't him that hit it, it was Crooks.
Are you sure?
Yep, pretty sure. I saw Hellfish's shell hit the mountain and Crooks hit it from behind.
Seriously, you think Crooks
Yeah.
hit him from 3 squares behind?
Yeah, I'm
What a
serious.
fail on Hellfish then.
I'm 100% serious because I saw Hellfish's shell come out later.
I'm gonna rewatch that. Ooh, Crespix taking
Yeah,
another from
Failware.
Failware.
Failware is there to control him. So,
Okay, so the boost not working.
but yeah, I'm 100% serious that it was Crooks that hit him.
Like Failware really has an easy time now here because there is no way that Crespix can push him. And this is an interesting choice. He's already on reload.
This
We've
is
seen-
what Spoink didn't do. If you
Yeah,
remember.
I was exactly about to say it. Spoink held that one
And
shell
we
and he
criticized
really
him so
needed
much.
actually 2 shells. 2 shells he
Yeah,
fired.
Spoink had 3. That's something good to point out. You might wonder, why does he reload when he have 4 shells? We had a match before. The player had 3 shells, and then they pushed him later on, and those 2 shells he didn't have could cost him the difference here. Now, Failware is going to have 5 shells available, so he can do 1 more and maybe even kill both of them if he's lucky. That's why.
Yeah, he managed to combine his damage together with Grille, but so far it's looking good for Knackebrod. There is not really any kind of gain for Swift. They're putting a Mandrex up so they can compensate for the loss of HP.
But
And
Hellfish-
Hellfish taking a huge pounding by
From
Crespix.
Crespix. Very well, very nice shooting there from Crespix. Hellfish, not sure why he decided to stay there. The T54E1 does not have the armor to withstand
Not
a
only
Bacha.
that, like Failware already dropped down. He could have seen it. There was no spotting coming in. Like, what was he trying to do? Just balance the game? Oh, what a connection.
Atmospheric here, taking 1 as well.
It looks like you just pay the price to Failware when you would drive around there.
Failware is on reload again though, so he probably fired a shell.
He fired that on
It's good though, I like it. I really like his reload management so far. Whenever they will push, he will have 5 shells available. That's good. That's really
He
good.
will need it because Mandrex here is with 100% HP.
If
and
you remember
he's-
how much we criticized Spoing for it.
Yeah. And he will need everything to deal with Mandrex there.
Very even in HP so far, though. Both these teams.
Hellfish is at the moment like really a big weak spot for defense of Neckerbrut. But it looks like they will eventually gather up to push from the hill and base, ignoring the water. By the disposition of tanks on a Swift.
They really need to kill Hellfish before. As soon as they make their push, they pretty much need to make sure that the T-54 E1 does not get its 4 shells off. If he does, it's not good.
Well, they're really worried about any possible rotation from 1-2 line, but it doesn't look like Neckerbrut actually wants to do anything like it. I think they already did it one game when they were defending and it didn't work out that well. I don't think they will do that mistake again.
5 minutes left. Now KB. This is a very strong defensive position if they play it right. Very crucial is Sana. He needs to land those shells when they push in. If he doesn't, I've seen teams fall under that pressure. Nice shell there from Mandex. A nice shell there onto Mandex, my bad, I think. Was it Crooks again? It was Crooks
It was
again.
Crooks again. Oh my god. He's really punishing them there.
Yeah. Making up for that last round.
And the one before?
But Hellfish here already getting pounced on by those 1-1-3s. There's the push. They take him down. Mikhailov, though, getting smacked in that 1-1-3. There's a lot of tanks there from KB in position. Xane, we talked about how he needed to land the shell, and he did land the shell.
This is really good angling by Swift so far. They have to take the risky push because this is the Mines, the most defensive map in the game at the moment. And there is a push. There is a push on Failware, and he will fall soon.
Failware should fall here. Crest picks. No, Mandex goes down as well, actually. Tarantula picks up Mikhailov, and Failware needs to go down here. Has one more shell. Crespix can't actually get him as Atmospheric does pick up Tarantula here. But Crespix and Mandex didn't actually win the fight there, Mojo.
It's really unexpected. But at least Crespix is alive. I would expect them both to be dead by Failware. He's also on one shot, so is Crespix. And at the moment, looking good for KB. Because Swift at the moment has no tanks that are really in shape to push. While Neckerbrut can always sacrifice some HP.
Xana there in that Gorilla, picking up the tier 8. Skylex now goes down to Crooks as well. And KB, it seems like they managed to hold on for at least one more round, Mojo. They're going to be staying flawless on the defensive side so far. You can see here that was the dead tank of Mandax there. Atmospheric now, taking some more damage here. Oh, Mojo. That was a good defensive hold from KB. I think Sana connected the shells he had to.
Yeah, it would be even easier for them if Hellfish didn't make those mistakes. But it's part of the game. On the other hand, the other guys managed to hold off, and Crooks really nice shots from that position. I think even crucial ones. Because
If he didn't hit
if
those
he didn't
shells,
hit Failware would be dead by now, and they would have probably a
if
different
he
kind
didn't,
of
if he
attack.
didn't hit Crespix going up there, then probably Failure would be dead right now. And that might change the game actually completely.
What I was starting to say, guys, when we finally got some stats up, we noticed that this season defense is really low from most of the maps. It's like overall 42%, while 58 is in for attack.
But Mines being the most,
Which is, but the only defensive map that still works a lot is Mines, with almost 70% in defense, almost. And the every other map is like below 50. And even below 40, a lot of them. That's quite low because tanks were usually defensive game. Now with the changes, with that Waffen tier 10 not existing anymore.
ooh,
Nice.
Crespix actually picks up Failure there, showing what he's made of. That was nice. You don't very often see people win those one-on-ones up there.
That was really risky.
And I don't know how Failure didn't kill him actually.
Maybe he was in reload again.
no, he wasn't. He had
Just
shell
joking, I
available.
know.
But yeah, like we said, so far Mines the only real defense. Even Ruenberg has.
Yes, but that's
And also, did you notice nobody plays steps?
steps are so much banned, like it's
Almost
the least.
every.
It's the least
I think it's played like
map
3
at the
times
moment
this
because of those
season.
boosts, because of those new boosts. They're horrible and really hard to deal with. Almost everyone is banning them. These two teams, they never play steps, you know?
They never play steps.
No, neither of them. Never, not a single game.
So far, we've seen 3 games of steps as Mirsky picks up Crooks, Genghis picks up Mirsky, and it's all onto Crespix here, enjoying the view from the mountain. Peeks over, Raven.
You can do it, bro.
Oh, it's going to be Xane to pick up Crespix there now, bringing the scoreline back a little bit. 4-2 here.
Well, KB still in the game.
Still in the game.
They were already 4-1 up, so they might actually come back from being
But
1-4.
Himmelsdorf is not the next map.
Well, they lost Himmelsdorf so much, so it's good for them.
It is good for them now. Swift tried something there, but those 1-1-3s coming off the hill. Easy shells for Crooks, Genghis, Xane.
Well, Mines being a hard map to break, proved its value for KB, saved their neck, but now they have to survive a lot on other. But let's check out the other stuff first. We were saying about Mines and the other maps. Why is defense so hard now? Like, I was really thinking, and I think it's about Waffen, changed to Grille, losing a lot of defensive potential for
I also
teams,
think
and also Tier 9 budgets coming
Tier 9
in play.
bad shots, the 1-1-3 HD model, the buffs they've got so far, making
Yeah,
it very
much
good
more
offensive.
aggressive play, proving a lot of rotations to be worthwhile.
Let's take a look at the stats from that last round, though. Yeah, the 1-1-3, Tier 9 bad shot, 1-1-3 now being almost, I mean, you can really beat out an FV215B if you play it correctly.
Yeah, that's why we see so much less of FVs. But let's go. Mirsky, 3k damage, but not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys are there in top damage for KB.
They needed that. They really
They
did.
have.
And we talked about Crooks, did 2.5k, no real surprise there.
Tarantula, not so much damage
Yeah, but
by the end of the
Skylex,
game. Hellfish
Mandax,
also.
Mikhailov.
Yeah, they did practically nothing. There is really low amount of connections coming from Swift in this game, but they were not even in position, even once, to do some significant damage.
Now, Mojo, moving into our next map, though, it is going to be Prokhorovka. Can they do it? Can they do it?
Well, honestly, at the moment, I really don't think so anymore, because this
But the
is kind
stats
of,
don't look good in their favor
it's
either.
not even about the stats. At the moment, Swift proved to be more able to rotate better than
Prokh
KB,
is a very
and
heavy
Proho is
rotation
a
map.
huge map, relying
If-
on rotations.
If you
and
remember
focus
how
fire.
KB won their round against Ding on Prokhorovka, it was one failed spot from Hook.
Yes.
So,
So like passive play that KB showed so far is not gonna work for them here. Not really good. Swift, on the other hand, a lot of patience, making good crossfires. Kind of surprised they are really playing better than last week.
but they kind of needed to play better than the last week.
Yeah, but both of them need to play better than last week.
Mojo, the points can only go to one team unless it's a tiebreaker.
Don't say it again.
Tiebreaker?
No. No. Didn't hear you. No more tiebreakers. We had enough.
Nah, there's always more room. But now Prokhorovka, I really want to, you know, this team's supposed to be a close match. I want to see KB pick up 2 rounds.
You're really in for it, mate. You're gonna be a most hated guy here. But maybe if KB shows some kind of games they've given us in the past, yeah. But today's performance, no, because all they want is gimmick on a start and a really hardcore defense on the most defensive map in the league.
Let's take a look at the lineups though we got here. Swift still on match point. Now 3 1-1-3s, 4 bad shots. That's good. And KB, very, very standard lineup for Prokhorovka.
Well, Swift has a pretty much similar lineup they played the last time, so that's kind of. I think they have one. Yeah, they're just more offensive this time. They dumped the light tank, so Road is not playing a light tank. He's playing probably tier 9 budget now, while KB pretty much kicked the TVP. Yeah, we were all the time nagging about the ability of TVP on this map, and they finally took it out. This is a pretty defensive lineup with I7 and E5. We've seen it works really well, and I think the TVP not doing the connections was always a problem.
Does look like our game is ready, so let's get into it. Can Swift close it out? Or is KB going to come back? Let's find out As we move into Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
There we have it, our game. I was going to say about those tier 9 Bachats, I like it because everybody knows how to defend that 1 cap now. You don't really need a roof for the 2 cap. So tier 9 Bachat, I like it.
It's more damage, and even if you leave him somewhere behind, he can actually do damage and not just be a victim that someone will pick off and move on. I mean, having a light spotter is okay if you're trapping with other guys behind, but if you want to play rotations, this is much better and much more useful. Standard defense coming from Kneckerwood guys, leaving a heavy tank, both of them actually on this side of the rail, and doing the spot on the other, and standard opening from Swift, all going over the rail.
Are you going to keep pushing there, those Skylex and Crestpeaks?
Huge push there, coming in from them.
Holding for now, though. Waiting. Look at Sana, though. Very high position there for that Bachat. It's going to be very crucial. He lands all his shells. Already Tarantula. Taking some there, getting blind shotted. So they know their angles at least, Swift. They do.
But they still don't know where is Xane. Xane is pretty much safe there and out of any kind of draw range for them. So he's doing huge damage and they're just guessing where he is. And there is a lot of guys shooting from the rails. So Swift, well, this is identical beginning they did the last time with just a bit different. Oh, Crestpeaks again getting pounded.
Even getting a bounce there, so that Bachat very, very lucky to get out of that one, being a 2-shot. Now, but I don't think there was a single way that Swift was going to break through that defense there that KB had pulled up. With Raven being that far back, all the Bachats being that far back, Tarantula just spotting. There was no chance if they went there, unless some major throws happened from KB, that they were going to win that.
Well, there is a rotation coming in from Swift, but they're already spotted. KB should be aware of that. The only thing they cannot know, because of this amount of clippers, did Swift leave someone behind? We've seen the games where teams do it, and if a defender doesn't check him, and they are already sending Tarantula to do it, so if they didn't check him, they can just shoot him in the back whilst there is a pressure on 1 cap. There you go, Tarantula is high up, and he will probably just peek over eventually and fire and see is he spotted or not.
We've seen this position before. It's going to be very hard for Swift. They need to make correct rotations here. With Health Vision at I7, we've seen it at E5, at I7. Once they get in position, capping is really not an option at all.
Some of the KB tanks are really still defensive. A lot of them are out of the place at the moment. They cannot know, as we do, of course, what are the positions of Swift. So here we go. They are trying to check out the hill first. Is there a trap behind?
Now, triple 113 on this capture circle, actually. One leaving there, so very, very heavy on that capture circle. Now, if Hellfish peeks over, it could be bad, but they actually want to take the fight here. Mandax peeks over already onto Hellfish, doesn't connect the shot. Mikhailov atmospheric as well. We've seen this before. Taking 2 shells in return, only doing 1 on that IS-7. We've seen it, we've said it, that IS-7 very, very hard to dig out.
He was brilliant, and even Hellfish played it last time here. He soaked up so much damage there. And that's one of the rare positions in this game where I7 actually dominates over 113 in every aspect.
Now, if you look as well, you can see Mandax has a damaged ammo rack. He's not going to make that peak anytime soon again, as now Raven also moves closer, and these 113s, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is a little peck on the cheek, but Raven bouncing most of the... Ooh, Mursky! What happened to you?
Mursky going down from nowhere, pretty much, all of a sudden. But 3 seconds left on the cap, 2 seconds left. They need a reset. Nice. Hellfish gets it. That got a little bit too close there. Still, though, those 113s, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. They need another reset here. Raven needs to land it. Doesn't. Hellfish needs to land this reset right now. It could be all over.
He will.
Nice.
He's wearing the HE shells. That's why you can see it. Never enough HE shells for him. But Raven... He missed again?
No, he connected onto...
Oh, there you go. Atmospheric.
Now Hellfish coming from the other side as well. Still shooting HE here. Cap is all the way resetted, so that's not a problem anymore. But the HPs are still very, very even.
The crucial problem is that one IS-7 that they didn't manage to kill.
If they landed one more shot, I'd be dead right now.
And there you go. They are forced on counter-attack, but this looks good for Knekkebrod at the moment. Their positions are solid.
They take down Crooks instantly though with those 2-1-1-3s.
Ignoring the Hellfish. Smart
Ignoring
move.
Hellfish. Well played there, but at the same time, Failware here taking a lot as well in his batch shot. So does Sana. Genghis does become Mandax. Sana picks up Road. Now the HP still even, but look how many guns KB has alive.
The most of the HP is on Mikhailov with the Death Commander that really doesn't even count on this kind of map. Knekkebrod really solid on defense.
Solid on the defensive side as we expected here. Raven does go down, yes, but Hellfish is still alive in that IS-7. Still kicking, still fighting, taking so much damage for his team.
Just gonna say, both teams have 0% defense so far.
On this map?
Yes.
So KB now has a few percent.
Yeah. But next one is Swift, who needs to win a match on defense. They've never done it before.
Xana here circling Mikhailov, should be able to pick him up as he does. Crespix is on reload. Will be Failware now bringing the score back 4-3, and this is the close game we were talking about.
Pretty much. Now we are back to the projection that you are calling for. A possibility of tiebreaker.
I just want to say, if it's going to be a tiebreaker, I'm going to be like, I was right, 100% right. I told you so. I knew it. I could feel it.
And if a bucket of water appears and just falls on your head, it's going to be a coincidence also. I called it also.
Now, what Swift, I mean, Swift at 113 ID was okay, could have worked, but they needed to do more damage on Hellfish with that initial
in
peak.
that I-7 proved to be a problem again. It's a really tough nut to crack. He has really good angling there. The tank has great armor for that kind of position.
They missed 2 shells on him.
Yeah, but it's really hard to connect there.
Yeah, but they peeked over first, they missed 2 shells on him.
It's really hard to connect even under
But
that
if they
angle.
landed that 1 shell, he'd be dead.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, they didn't. So he is alive, and he was resetting them most of the time, even when
Yeah, because Raven
couldn't.
missed like twice in the
Yes,
beginning.
Yes. So he was keeping them in a game, as the captain should.
As a captain should, Hellfish keeping them in the game while we look at the stats here. Xana Leon in that batch shot, no real surprise there. Got a lot of free damage pretty much in the end, and Hellfish in that IS-7 as well, 2.2.
Oh, Raven pumped up a lot of damage in that E5 there.
I still wonder what happened to Mirsky.
I think he was in one bush trying to spot somewhere in the middle of the field. We didn't see it, but he probably got spotted and just annihilated when they pushed. That's the best guess I can have, because I really didn't see it. No, he just disappeared.
He's a wizard.
It was 10 blind shots probably.
Blind shot? They blind shot him? No, that's impressive.
Yeah, I'm just joking. There is no way they blind shot him. He must have been spotted and shot. But we have 4 guys here from Knekkebrod on a top lead. It's pretty close to say damage-wise, but Mirsky, Mandrax not doing practically anything in this game.
The Mandax. Then wasn't Mandax the one that had his Amorak damage?
Yes, he was the 113 with the dead Amorak. But also we have Crooks on the bottom of the list. He did well last game, but most of this match, unusually for him,
Didn't play that well
doing
last week either, if you remember. Wasn't putting out the damage he did before.
Well, tough for KB, but at the moment they are really happy because they're still in a match. They still have to break now Swift in their
It's been the
attack.
season of tiebreakers, hasn't it, Mojo?
Yeah, we're happy about it, very much.
I'm genuinely happy. I am genuinely... Can you see that I'm genuinely happy?
You have a smile of a joker, mate.
Just because you don't like tiebreakers, I can like tiebreakers.
Oh, I like tiebreakers when they end the most. But back to the hand here. Nice play by KB, but nothing new. They just repeated the old defensive setup. So again, we haven't seen anything spectacular on this map by them. I'm hoping maybe now.
Let's take a look at the lineups and see if they do bring something spectacular. Not really. But Swift there, common
They took
lineup
a grill
again.
in attack. That's kind of new for KB. And Swift playing a copy-paste defense there with E5 and 113. They just took object 140 compared to some other Barchat.
I like the Gorilla actually. Because if you do decide to go in the cap, at least he can punish the heavies that peek over. At
Yeah,
least the 113.
He can be really a big pain, but we've seen some grills that when they miss position, because you need a certain angle to shoot them, they really disappear fast in that moment. So it's about a player. But the pressure, it smells like open field.
Both teams here are under a lot of pressure though. Swift, they want to win this. KB, they want to make it a tiebreaker.
Swift definitely does not want to go to tiebreaker because that's a gamble of a sort.
Let's see it though. Can Swift close this match out cleanly, or is it going to go to a tiebreaker? Let's find out into our 8th round between these two. And Mojo, what do you think? Can they do it?
I guess Kneckebrud really wants a tiebreaker because they had the fastest round on Himmelsdorf, and also Mainz is a tiebreaker.
Ooh.
So they are good to defend there if they choose it. But here we go. Woods play as we predicted. Offensive play by 1-1-3s as usual.
Now this I am not sure about from Swift.
Yeah, we've seen several teams. If you
4
remember,
guys there.
also Kazna tried to play something like that, but they spotted really early on and they got punished hardcore in the start of the game. But this is split all over the map. What the? Why? I mean, not having a light tank is one thing, but this is really all over the place.
Now I don't like this position from Swift. I kind of feel like those 3 bachelors need to get out of the one line, unless they're trying to really be cheesy and, you know,
Play a counter attack.
But Mirsky got spotted now, so it's kind of giving the game away. You know, you can see where he's running. So,
why didn't you drive away from your mates?
I don't know why he decides to. Like one of the biggest things that you do wrong, for example, what is Mirsky just did here. Why is this so wrong? You might ask. Mirsky got spotted. There is a timer before he goes unspotted, and he drove towards B2, giving the game away. Pretty much telling KP that there's more than one guy there because Mirsky would never run there if nobody else was there.
Here's saying in my country, death is a disease you can actually contract. So when you are spotted, don't run to your teammates that are not. It's kind of a problem. Now they probably guess what are the Swift positions.
Well, they have to. Mirsky would never run there by himself.
Hey, he should have went by the buildings.
He should have run towards the red line, faded, came back, go into the bushes.
Yeah, that would be legit and cool. This, not so great. And there is rotation coming from Kneckebrud.
I don't like this 8-0 position with a 140. I really don't.
Could actually really pay off if they try to rotate on that side. Because he will be on high ground.
It depends on the rotations from Swift. If they're on time, sure. But if they're late and one bad shot pushes that 140, pretty much done for.
Well, let's see. A whole lot of serious play by both of them. And a whole lot of splitting all over the map. So far, I would say KB has a better positions. Because they have a good guess where Swift is. And they're sending 2 guys to check out this side and eventually dig out Mandrax maybe. But there is a lot of time to be spent watching the slow spots now because no one wants to suicide. And
I don't like this position. I really don't.
I would say we will not even see any kind of engagement in the last 2 minutes. Minimum.
We won't because they have to clear 0 line. You do it step by step. You clear one angle, you clear the next angle, you push up, you clear, you clear, you clear, you rotate, and you decide what you do. That was very close actually from Atmospheric towards Genghis.
Was he unspotted or that was just one of the blinds?
I don't think Genghis was spotted. No way that Atmospheric is going to spot him in the 1-1-3. Doesn't have the view range for it.
Well, the whole strat from Swift relies if they push that cap that they will catch them off with those clippers. And at the moment, Kneckebrud really needs to punish someone with that grille, but Swift is not offering any gifts here. So far, only Mikhailov picked up 1 shot.
Two shots. And he also got damaged Amorak, which he repaired. So now Mikhailov has to be kind of careful in that E5.
He cannot D-check himself anymore.
I think he got hit by H3 even, because he took like 230 damage.
Well, Genghis is coming back to his mates. I guess they decided not to use that side of the map at all. But that kind of looks like a full play. That's kind of a gamble and really depends now on
how many shells Swift can hit now.
Yeah. It really depends on focus fire.
I feel like Hellfish or Raven should be with their guys, pushing forward, at least one of them, to take the damage here. Swift is kind of out of position for this though, with Atmospheric and Mandax being this far away, so Skylex, Crespix, Mersky, Road, they need to hit everything if this happens. They need to hit every single shell. If they don't, it's game over.
I guess Tarantula will start the happy spotting. Drive around like there is no one.
There we go now. 3 tanks pushing up, and this could work wonders for Swift Mojo. Oh boy, this focus fire here has to be perfect from either side if they want to make this work. Tarantula won't survive for very long once they get spotted.
Might surprise us. And
Tarantula is spotted. 3, 2, 1.
not
He's still alive. Wow.
not the greatest connections here coming.
They're
by
wasting
Swift.
a lot of shells, actually. That's 4 shells to take down Tarantula. 4 shells. Actually, more. No? Yes?
Ooh, Mersky really playing it risky here.
Mersky has to be careful now. They need to do the damage to Mojo. They need to land these shells.
Oh, but Genghis, come on,
Genghis is
man.
too far forward. It's already getting focused out here. And KB is not making effective use of their shells here. Swift is actually holding on. Look at the HP Mojo. Look how far ahead Swift is at this point. Crooks is low. Genghis is low. Xana taking some, and that Gorilla as well. Taking even more in the Gorilla. Getting spotted out. There
Oh,
goes
this is
Xana.
a
He is
nonsense.
done.
Why didn't they, if they really wanted to commit, why didn't they push in while they were wasting the shells on Tarantula? They just threw him to the lines and then they didn't use it. They didn't do anything about it.
The position from Xana not ideal either. Now Crespix is going forward. Picks up Genghis.
And Mandrax didn't even fire a shot, and he's coming in here with
Mandrax
100%
is now
HP.
coming into the fight, slowly but surely. Hasn't had to do anything. Neither have Atmospheric and Mikhailov pretty much. Those 1-1-3s, Raven and Hellfish, are getting pounded on from 2 sides. They needed the Gorilla alive, which is not. And now all the bad shots from Swift are alive. I mean,
Well, we can only say good game by Swift.
it does look like that as now the final push is underway here. Skylex, he wants this. He wants to take down KP. Lands the shell onto Hellfish. Raven goes down. Failware is the last one standing. And there is 7 guys alive from Swift. Everybody survived. Mandax joined the fight after 2 minutes pretty much because he had to drive all the way down. And KB really flunking this approach here. Now Failware,
Poor Failware left alone against the entire team of Swift.
the entire team.
So Swift had to choose a first day to win the defense of Prokhorovka.
And it's going to be now as they pick up the victory. 5-3 here, picking the full, clean 3 points. Congratulations.
That's a second victory for them, coming in a row.
Second victory in a row.
Good plays by Swift, finally.
Now,
We had some problems
I
here.
really don't agree with those 2-1-1-3s being in that hold down. I feel if they just push one of them down the one line, he takes the shells and they kill
for
everybody.
this kind of game, they would need to extract them back
And push
then
one line.
push them. Yes, push
And
them
what
all
is
together.
Sana?
I don't understand.
I
It's
mean,
not a
he was very far up, so everybody could shoot him. The 1-1-3 of Atmospheric.
Wasn't Hellfish playing the TD?
No. Hellfish was playing one of the
Xana?
1-3. Xana was.
Then I really don't get it.
He was like, if you have the slope, he was like midway on the slope, not covered by bushes, so the 1-1-3s could see him. Everybody could see him.
But I would understand even that position if the Bachats pushed in. I don't
They
understand why they didn't push in after the light tank. I mean,
But I
okay,
think Swift
the
would still
enemy
win that. I think they really needed a 1-1-3 there.
Swift might have won that, but they already wasted a couple of shells there.
But a lot of the shells that were wasted, most of it was on the tier 9 Bachats, though, because Rhodes was -3, and the other one was -2, I think. And the only one from the tier 10 Bachats that fired a shell was Crespix. So they still had a lot of damage there. To deal with 3 Bachats, they could have killed every single one of them.
Yeah, but still, when you come from unspotted position through the bushes, pushing after that light tank, you kind of can run into them, make them turn the turrets. They're static, you are moving. You know, you have some kind of idea how to win, but they just stopped and tried to play cooldown.
It's very hard, though, still, because Mersky was speaking so aggressively, so he would have spotted them. I really feel if they just pushed 1-1-1-3 there, those Bachats
Yeah,
would have clipped
1-1-3s
so
will
much.
do the deal, but
That's this match done and dusted, but we can take a look at the stats here from that last round. No, 6.
1, 2, 3. Oh,
6
Oh,
guys.
snap. And the guy that did most
the
damage
guy
is
that's
the
not
guy
in
who
here
was
is-
in a hole.
The guy that's not in here is Mandax.
Yeah, the guy who did the most damage for KB is the guy who was in a hole, pretty much out of the game. 1-1-3. really horrible game for KB. A lot of passive plays, a kind of weak rotation, and then just
But they didn't even
mild
spot
push.
the eastern side very deep. Like they
No,
went.
no, no. They gained no info.
Even
they just came
Mandax
back.
did more than 3 players from KB, who came into the fight 2 minutes after.
Yeah, it's not really hard to do. There is Genghis and Crooks. Oh, Crooks really has a bad day. And Genghis also. Like, he
Sane,
did
one
well in
shot in
one
that
game,
gorilla.
and after that, nothing.
A lot of bad positioning there.
A lot of bad plays. KB, back to the drawing board, back to big discussions about the plays.
We said it before, they needed these points just as much as Swift needed them. They stay now on 4 points
And Swift has 6.
after, this was their 5th match, right?
Yeah, 5th for everyone.
So 5th match, 4 points.
That's bad.
We said before, if they want to survive stage 1, they need to pick up at least 4 victories.
Yeah, they're now in quite a pickle because the more the
That's
league
8 points,
progresses,
Mojos. 8 points.
yeah, and it's not guaranteed. Like a lot of guys will
They still need
struggle
to
and
play
fight.
Kazna.
Yes, he still have to play a lot of teams.
Take a look at the post-match stats here. You can see it's a lot of Swift there, Mojo. Crespix showing up.
Oof, Crespix and Mikhailov, quite a lot of damage there. No one I have on my fantasy list is on first page. I'm ruined.
It's okay, Mojo. It's okay.
At least you will not get bucket of water on your head.
The story there is told. Crespix, Mikhailov, Failware trying to do what he can, but then you have Atmospherics, Skylex, Mirsky, and Genghis not having a great performance in that one. Rhodes, tier 8 player.
Yeah, but
And tier 9.
he did play a lot of tier 9s
Yes,
today,
true.
and they mostly ditched the tier 8 in
But he
most
did
of the
more
maps.
than Genghis in a tier 10, mate.
Yeah, Genghis, bad day today. Hellfish not far up ahead. Crooks also. Crooks, one of their main damage dealers, really underperformed today.
Do we think now Swift is on the rise? Could they swiftly rise to the top?
Oh, I was waiting. When will you do it? It was just so easy.
It was so easy.
Yeah, Swift is on a good path now, but a lot of matches ahead. They need to put at least 2 pure victories under their belt to be safe. Maybe it will be some tricky situation where maybe people between 10 and 11 points might stay up because a lot of tiebreaker wins and losses in a league. So that's also a possibility. But much better for them now because this is important win.
They look so much better than before, I would say. The win against Legend is like kind of... Legend doesn't look good at all, if we honestly speak about
but
it.
they won the
But today...
5-0 clear. And today they really played well. They played well. Nothing spectacular, but smart plays, thanks in positions, good focus fire mostly, and it worked out.
It did work out, and Swift took the 3 points, and that's it for this match. But when we come back, we have another great match lined up for you, so don't go anywhere. And there we go, Rage Quit just pushing straight over, but Urwis is the first one to go. Pure Skill follows immediately after. Now the clipping potential is still there for Rage Quit. They have still more shells. Insane only has 3 left. Melan in the TVP, also not a lot left. Number 1 skills is the next one now. Insane is going to be falling here as well. And it's still doable for Rage Quit at this point. They do pick up number 1 skills, but Camel Eater going low here as well. They need to finish off at least one more batch shot if they want to have a chance at winning this round. But it seems like all the batch shots from Rage Quit are on reload also. And this is where Algo starts to come into effect. The entirety of Rage Quit on that 3 line, they want to catch somebody out. At the same time, the push coming over from the other side as well. And it looks like Raging Potato is going to be the first poke. No, Dezek actually. Dezek already out of this one. Formula Adin out of this one as well. Now
What
these
a
bad shots are doing a lot of
Pac-Man
flips. Piotr is the next one. Can they take down Piotr? It's very crucial, but multi-show goes down in return, and this is actually working out great so far. Now, these bad shots are almost out of ammo, but there's only 3 guys left for out of range.
There is no one to shoot them
There
now.
is nobody to shoot them anymore. Gets shot a little bit. Those 140s now at the rails, single shooters. Landing nice shells onto Basista
Really
here.
great angling.
Great crossfire here from those RU2 fire from those 140s. Basista, the only one that can really peek over those rails, taking more and more damage, and nobody there to block off Ding.
And we have a reason why do they use 140s here.
The Shuku really wants to take this peek here. Yes,
Yes,
he does.
he
Pashka
does.
is on reload already. Oh, these bad shots, this is working wonders. Now, yes, they're trading some damage, but they will take down Pashka pretty much for free, as they do for very limited amount of damage. But Shuku getting double tracked.
Perma checked by 1319 and FE Heavy.
6 seconds left. 5 seconds, try to land a shot here. Has 3 seconds left, needs to get the reset now. Haiba bounces actually 1 second, it gets the reset.
the reset,
Now
and
Kamil
he'll
needs
have
to
to
run.
run.
He needs to run out of here.
Unreal.
Kamil is going to win the round because Haiba bounces him, and it's going to be Oops in the end to win this round with 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left, 1 second left, and it's going to be Kamil that does it. And Oops becomes the second round. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And if in case you missed it, you just missed Swift taking down KB 5-3.
Unexpectedly for us.
Unexpectedly, no tiebreaker. I was sad though. I'm going to meme all
Yeah,
day.
he's really sad when he doesn't get to see throw breakers, because when you get such a big lead and to lose a game, that's usually that.
Let's move into our matchup here though. It's going to be the Wild Bunch taking on Out of Range.
Wow. If we are talking about the unexpected, this is like team of superstars on one side, but not that well ranked. It's a game between rank 7
With
and
a curse.
8 at the moment. They're really cursed. 2 tiebreakers lost against both Polish teams, Rage Quit and Rusty Roster. A lot of throws on out of range side. Great expectations from that team, but not much to show for so far. On the other hand, the Wild Bunch, everyone looks down on them. Everyone expects them to do the bad plays. Sometimes they do, but they took Kazna down.
To Kazna down. They've done well so far though, but it's going to be the same storyline again. Both these teams, they need the points. They really do.
Everyone in a lower part there, they're really desperate at the moment and they need to start fighting. Especially out of range, because they have high expectations of themselves. It doesn't even matter what we expect.
Expected them to be in top 4.
Yes.
Along the likes of Ding, Utopia, Kazna.
They're even below the Wild Bunch at the moment. So that's not so cool for them. And I believe it's a huge source of pressure also.
Take a look at those players though from the Wild Bunch, Mojo. Who so far has been standing out for you?
Well, from the Wild Bunch guys that we've seen, more or less, I would say Phenomenal and L-Train. Those guys were pretty much showing in the, one of them is. Well, they're showing pretty much a lot. I've expected much more from Agorni. He is a good player, but he's shown a lot of kind of impatience and taking sometimes damage for no need. Also, they have some really inexperienced new players there, like Dudulinho, who is often, when he's placed in tier 10 tank, doing a lot of misplays. In Arti, he did maybe a few good games, but he was never in really good position placed by his team to utilize the damage. So I would say that's not even his fault. But in tier 10, we see him really throw some games there.
Both these teams have had it before, though, if you think about it. Both out of range, if you remember, impatience. Impatience, a lot of it.
Out of range, we had it on Himmelsdorf that moment when Deha blocked his teammate, got stuck, and a lot of...
Dezek running away is also kind of impatience.
Maybe kind of underestimating opponents sometimes, but it's not too late. It's really not too late for them.
But they really need to step it up against the Wild Bunch, a team on paper they should take.
If they do like a Kneckerbrew here and not take this game, it's gonna be not from bad to worst possible.
Before we go into out of range, though, Mojo, guess who I had to talk to?
Kella?
Yeah, I did have a talk to Kella.
There you go.
So let's
hear
what Mr. Kella had to say. So Kella, 4 matches down, you sit now in the middle of the scoreboard, but not safe yet. How do you see your chances in the upcoming matches?
I think we still have more chance to stay in Gold Series because we have to play 7 more matches. This week wasn't that good for us. We didn't play that well like we want to play, but here we are. We will try to fix our mistakes and we go forward.
Now, Mr. Kella, has there been some issue in your team that you sometimes get over-eager to do the damage or to close out the round? Because we've noticed that sometimes some of your teammates maybe lack a little bit of patience and to wait.
Yes, you're right. We have guys who can't wait that much on positions, and that cost us a lot. Especially like 3 guys in our team like to pick. You know, they don't need to pick. We don't need that information, but they want to do it. And I'm really fighting with that to get that out from them, you know.
Now, Mr. Kella, as a team that is as persistent as yours, what tips would you give to new teams trying to get into the league?
You can follow our steps. We just train a lot. We trying a lot of new tactics. We just have big wish to go there. And you know, it's not only wish needed. You have to work a lot, and you will be happy when you come here. Just do it.
So, Mr. Kelly, you guys have already done pretty good so far, but what do you think now you can still improve on to make your season even better?
Yes, of course, we are here new, and every our match we learning new stuff, and we will be much better. Especially, I vote this week will be especially good for us.
Now, Mr. Keller, on this week, you play against out of range. How do you feel you match up against them? Because we've seen them already losing twice in tiebreaker here. How do you look at your chances against them?
At least we want to play with them tiebreaker. but yeah, of course we will. We are also now on pressure. We want all 3 points. They are a very experienced team, and we won't give up that easy.
All right, Mr. Keller, best of luck with your match, and thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Keller, they're saying this week is going to be good for them, but if they wanted to make it good, they have to beat out of range.
Great expectations there, but big obstacles also. I would say they had really good games so far, 2-1, 2 lost. The first one was a huge throw for them. The first match they play against Rage Quit, being 3-0 up and then losing 5 in a row.
Might cost them.
Honestly, that game, if they won it, they would have 9 points.
They would already pretty much be there.
Already with 1 foot already up. But there you go, like all kind of throws matter. So we will see how will the TWB go in the future. I'm hoping well because they're kind of fun guys. I would like to see them around.
I love talking to them.
Yeah, I would like to see them around to stay, but they will have to earn it.
They will have to earn it, and that starts here by taking down out of range. These players, we've seen it before, Mojo. This roster, it's so good, it's so experienced. There's so many amazing players on there. You have to say it like that. This is an all-star Polish lineups. All the other teams said it before, and they're only sitting in place 9 right now. This is not what we want from them.
8. Don't take it away from them.
Okay, 8. Sorry, but they should be realistically top 3, top 4.
Yes, they're really not doing that well for themselves. So far they have only 1 victory below their belt. That's against Kneckebrud in a first day. So first day is always a test for everyone. You can't even say like that. But then we have a tiebreaker loss against Rusty Roster, which they even managed to even after 4-0 up. Then we had a loss against Kazna. They got pretty much wrecked there. And then Rage Quit. Another fail. Another tiebreaker
They can't
loss.
afford to go to tiebreaker.
No, they're really not doing well there.
Now, we said it before. Just look at that lineup, Mojo. There's so much experience, so much sheer talent. And so far, they haven't been able to utilize it yet.
A lot of all the league players there, a lot of aggressive players. It's just not thinking well. Sometimes I had a feeling, wow, look at these plays, they're really doing great. And then another game, right next after it, it's like, why did you do that? Why would you do that? So it's kind of still unbalanced team. A lot to kind of sink in one with another, I would say. And maybe sometimes even better planning.
Maybe sometimes some better planning is needed, but I asked Vala a few questions and about their tiebreaker losses as well, so let's see what he had to say. So Vala, last week you played Kazna, and even though it was close at times, Kazna managed to close out that match fairly easily. What went wrong there for you guys?
I don't think many things went really wrong. Like Kazma is a really great team. Like I don't think we did a lot of like crucial mistakes. They just outplayed us. I don't know. I have to give a lot of credits to them. I don't think like I cannot blame any of the guys for like throwing or doing like terrible mistakes. You know.
Vala, now your second match though against the Rage Quit. It's the second time you guys lose in a tiebreaker. again against the Polish team as well. What is this? How does this happen? What is happening in your team that you're letting it get so close and then to lose it as well?
I have no idea what's going on actually. Like mistakes were made. I have like no words for my defense. You know, I just cannot describe it. I'm just so sad that things like this happen. Like we had their match, we had like 3-1 advantage, and then Himmels drop happened. Mistakes, like terrible mistakes happened, and everything just broke down.
Fala, you lost in tiebreaker against teams that really shouldn't take more than 2-3 rounds against you guys. How does your team feel now after those matches?
We obviously feel a bit underwhelmed. Like we are quite sad about it. But what can I say? We just need to like, get together. And we talked about it already. Like we're playing the Wild Bunch next, I think. So yeah, we just need to focus on that right now, because the Wild Bunch. I mean, honestly, think we are considered underdogs in this matchup, since the Wild Bunch managed to beat Kazna, and we are losing against teams like Rage Quit or Rusty Roster. So yeah, we just need to prove that we are not. That those two matches were just mistakes.
Fala, moving into your matchup here, like you said, it is going to be a duel against the Wild Bunch. And I would say that you are still slightly favored in this one. How do you approach this?
Well, thank you. I mean, as I said, I think we need to stay focused. We obviously don't underestimate them, especially after our recent performance and their recent performance. Yeah, we just need to play our game and hope for the best.
Thank you, Vala, and best of luck in your match.
Thank you.
Even Vala there, Mojo, saying they are underdogs in that one. Don't think I agree with that just yet. A team like that can't really call them underdogs against anybody.
I know they are one position below, but I can't see them as underdogs because I think they have much more experience. But he does seem like he lost some hair since I lost him a week ago. And as he said, mistakes were made.
A lot of mistakes were made.
So yeah, I mean, if they work on those, they have every potential here to win this match. On paper.
On paper, player by player, they should win it. I mean, now moving into our first map, Mojo.
Oh, let's remind ourselves. Ghost Town. Oh, snap.
They didn't have a good showing there versus Kazna.
No.
At all. The Wild Bunch against Kazna, yeah, they won, but...
Hey, we've said already, Ghost Town does not really favor the defender. Attackers actually win much more there. And I would really like to say what they have the lineups, because I expect a lot of new stuff by all teams, because they had 1 week to prepare and they really need to change any cheese they have in.
Talking about lineups, we got them ready, so let's take a look at them. Here they are, Mojo. What do you think? The Wild Bunch with the artillery piece, and that's a lot of 50Bs. One could say.
The Wild Bunch is, at least in defense with Artie, that's okay. Dudulinho played it. They pretty much wrecked Kazna.
I like
with it,
Artie.
if you remember that.
I really do.
Yeah, it's good. You can control the midline.
I don't like Artie if you leave the north open, though.
Artie controlling the open cap can also shoot on the middle if you are pressed. So, I don't know. It's good. I think it's good. And this is a really decent lineup. They played a couple of times with it already. But, out of range
I don't recall this.
No, this is quite new. And quite YOLO-ish.
This has a little bit of beef in that lineup, but...
Yeah, they have potential to pressure
Remember
the cap.
KB?
They have potential to pressure the cap with those VZs if needed, or to just push in. But KB had even, let's say, 3 constant shooters compared to the 2 they have here, and a much better constant shooter.
Imagine Artie. Artie has 5 good targets to connect to.
It's really hard for them to pressure, but they can maybe find an angle and dig someone out. Don't forget, Wild Bunch usually knows to sell one guy.
Does seem like our teams are ready, so let's get into it. It's going to be the first round on to Ghost Town. So here we have it already that RT base is being played by Dudolinho. No real surprise there.
Yeah, he did really well in match against Kazna. I remember that because he pretty much pwned them.
Now what I was saying about that RT mojo, I don't like it if a team gets RT and then you see some teams, they just leave the Nord cap open and they get capped behind the buildings. That's what
it's
really don't
nonsense.
like.
You have to break that. You have to leave tanks that will control that area. Otherwise, it's too much risk and relying on RNG because RT can just throw off a shot away.
Look at the blob of out-of-range tanks.
It's not really meant to be split all over the place.
And they're all going to drive through the capture circle, it seems like. And there's only really Kiki waiting there. Oh, Mojo. This could be bad already for the Wild Bunch here. If those 50Bs decide to punch onto Kiki Mercat here, yes, he lands one shell, but Multi raging.
This is very similar how Kazna also pushed, but they didn't go that and do that well.
They didn't do that well. Multi already taken some from Valdir here from the back lines in that 50B, but Kiki Mercat, look at the damage coming out of those 50Bs if they focus their targets, but look at the amount of damage taken in return. The Wild Bunch is trading well here.
Honestly, Kiki paid off his value by far here. Look at this. Almost 3000 HP and still counting. And they're on reload, so they will have to run away, chased by heavy shooters from the Wild Bunch.
Nice pickup there from the Wild Bunch. Those 3 clippers, phenomenal. Agorni, Valdir players we expect to perform, taking a lot of HP away from those 50Bs from out of range. But now Mr. Kella, this 50Bs rotating. He's going to be the next one here. Getting shot from all sides. That 113 can't sustain this amount of firepower as he goes down. But still, Valdir trades Vela in return.
Arti just picked up Kerov. That's really important pickups. This is last single shooter heavy out there for out of range. This is not even a game anymore, honestly, because they are already dead.
There's 3 guys left here from out of range. Multishow has a damaged Amorak, a damaged Gunner as L-Train picks up Raging Potato. And this 50B push, not really working out again.
No, I really don't like those one-minded setups like this. A kind of a slower approach would really matter much more. TWB didn't even change their defense on Ghost. This is identical defense they were doing against Kazna and other teams. Just with less mistakes, faster reaction time. RT still aimed on the same spot. I mean, if you guys checked any of their matches, and I'm talking to out of range, you would already know it. So why would you do this?
Trying to catch the Wild Bunch off guard there, but...
Trying to catch a tank that is left there as a sacrificial lamb on purpose.
Well, if the Wild Bunch doesn't connect all their shells, they lose the game. Fairly simple. If phenomenal Agorni and Valdir don't land all their shells, they lose the game.
True, but there goes much more for out of range who are at really high risk. They're just
but the Wild Bunch really didn't expect it in the beginning. Their position was not set up to deal with this.
They were there in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, but they were set up to deal with a south push, not a north push.
But still, they were close enough to deal with this, and RT was already aimed there. I don't know, I didn't like it. It was kind of cheesy.
It can work, but let's take a look at the stats from that last round, though. You can see here, L-Train, phenomenal, Agorni, Valdir, even Dudolinho, putting a nice amount of damage in there.
Top 6 guys, not really a surprise there. Pretty wrecked out of range. I mean, those clippers being in an upper cooldown position would matter with some tanks, but honestly, everyone can pen a turret of 50B. That's not a big problem from any angle. Oh snap, look at that Dezek and Kerov.
Both 0 damage and Multi-Show only 1 shell.
The guys that are supposed to do damage when the 50Bs and the
reload. But it took I think it was one of the 2 died towards the hands of Agorni and Phenomenal, who came in a little bit later. They pushed a little bit too far forwards, got caught out, got taken down by Agorni, at least one of them.
Kerov got wrecked by RT. I remember that. He had like half HP when it happened. But pretty normal, standard play by TWB, and I don't know, kind of reckless play by out of range. Such an easy throw. I mean, every point matters on scoreboard, every game matters here, and if you want to pull off a cheese, you really need to have some planning behind it.
Yes and no. I kind of agree and I kind of don't agree. I feel as the 50Bs, if there's a few shells missed from the Wild Bunch, they lose the game. If the VZs don't overextend, they can still lose the game.
But we've seen 50Bs in KB action also, like previous match.
The difference with KB was that KB didn't manage to focus out a single target. They at least got Kiki. If those VZs didn't commit as far as they did...
they got Kiki and they paid triple price.
Let's say now, Dudolinho is on reload.
Okay.
Those VZs can actually drive onto the cap and do a lot from there as well. So
But they
there's a
didn't.
potential there because they overextended. That's what I'm saying. This could have worked if out of range played it better, which they didn't, which is the issue.
Got wrecked.
Look at this at the tanks for the next round, though.
Yeah, my professional opinion. Got wrecked. But next game. Woohoo! German power.
Triple E100 here from out of range. Now, Mojo, I don't think you have to think if they did this before. I can tell you, no, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't is the answer.
No, they definitely didn't. This is a new one. So Wild Bunch, pretty balanced setup. It's able to play around the map, pressure the caps. But I don't think they can pressure the cap against this kind of lineup. Those E100s are high enough. They can decap and a lot of me there.
Yeah, if you're wondering why some people like to pick E100, E100 is a high structure turret, which means the gun is fairly high up because the tank is as big, which gives you a lot easier time shooting down onto the tanks in the cap. For example, T10, they have a little bit of an angle of them.
They
a
can
lot
just
better.
load HE and
they can
spam
just
them in a
load
turret.
HE, even with heat, they can just spend that turret. That's why E100s, if you wonder why teams don't pick it a lot, is because it's very hard to play E100 efficiently.
And it's really a problem when you want to rotate around.
Yeah, they're very slow. But it does seem like our team are ready. So let's get into it. The second round here between these two. The Wild Bunch, can they pick up another clean? Goes down here. What do you think, Mojo?
I would really try, if I was the Wild Bunch, I would try to catch off at least one of the French tanks first before I push anywhere, and then deal with crossfire rotations on those E100s, because in direct brawl they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose if they just
Well, if all
go
those
hell.
E100s connect, that's -1 tank.
Yeah, that's -1. Plus you need to shoot a hell of a lot.
I don't like them
to
going
take
North
one of
Cap
them down.
against E100s. I really don't like it. Triple E100 on that corner is a lot of pain if they connect.
Yeah,
because T10s can't sustain through it for very
But
long.
I don't like what they're doing now. Like, I would really work on trying to out-rotate out of range here.
They're locking themselves in pretty much like this.
Yeah, I would really work on catching one of the French tanks.
They're playing completely into a favor out of range, I would say. There's 3 100s as soon as this capture
And they're
starts.
coming in a cap. This is so one-minded. Come on. This is like playing it for them.
The reset, look at Mr. Kala's angle. If reset peaks, he has heat loaded, he will go straight to that turret because he is on such a weird angle. Now, yes, they have capture started, but if those 3, even one E100 can just really reset, it has the HP for it, and they're
you
really
cannot-
locked now. Really.
You cannot really count on just one guy resetting. That's
Obviously.
a problem, because if he fails one shell, then you are doomed.
But you get surrounded now by E100s, which is exactly what out of range wants, really.
Okay, I'll train Kiki and even Phenomenal are there on a hold down position. Last time we saw Kiki climb here on a wall like a spider.
Cap, though.
Cap is pretty high, but out of range is closing in. Kerov will not be in time to decap from the back. 15 seconds and
Raging
going.
needs to
They're
land
gonna
it.
suicide Dezek to decap.
Raging needs to land the reset now. 9 seconds, multi-taking a lot in this one as well.
Dezek.
Dezek is coming in for the reset,
There we
does
go.
land it, needs to land the second one as well.
But he paid with his
He
head
paid
for
with
that
his
one.
life, but in return, they pick up Phenomenal. So that's the power of these E100s. They have so much HP. Just look at it. They're going into pretty much wreck the next guy. L-Train, Valdir from the side. This is the pounds from out of range here. Valdir takes a lot in return. Raging.
Valdir fell down.
Reset. They need a reset.
9
8
seconds. Raging abandoned the fight, so he would reset.
Raging needs to reset here.
And there we go.
He does, so that's good, but still, Kiki Mercat here.
I think it's scared of resetting all the time.
But now they need to do the damage here. Raging lands the shell onto Dudelinho. They need to start taking down targets in these E100s. L-Train taking a big one there. Kiki, just look at the damage coming out of those E100s.
It's unreal. It's
800.
so much HP to throw around and armor,
Look
mate.
at all the HP and
Look,
armor.
he just touched him and lost 50 HP.
Now Piotr is clipping onto Mr. Kella as well. That 50p here, dropping Mr. Kella very low. And it should be out of range here. Just, the sheer amount of firepower. Watch Kiki Merca. Watch him explode against Raging Potato here.
I really don't think Wild Bunch can get out of this one alive.
And there
we
goes
go.
Kiki Merca. Power of the E100. Now,
And Agorni has to clip everything.
he has to use every single shell to do that. Now, Karol should be able to pick up Mr. Kella, as he does. And it's
And
all onto
Agorni is
Agorni.
left on 3 guys now.
This is what we were talking about.
And
They even
Kerov has
suicided
HP.
Dezek. They suicided Dezek for the cap. Yet those E100s, if you play close range against them, you cannot really beat them.
I think when we see the stats after, we will see that Dezek probably did 2 rounds max.
1, I think, because I think he just critical hit Mr. Kella.
Possibly. I saw one damage go off, so maybe he did one before. But nothing to be done now. Honestly, like, he would have to perform a miracle, call kill Piotr and Vale and run away from Kerov in the same time.
Agorni here, not much to do
No,
with Piotr.
Ooh!
Except Piotr, I mean, you have to be careful in this one. If Agorni decided to kill Piotr first, it would have been a different thing completely.
He didn't see him coming, but if he manages to pick off Vale,
I mean, why again?
theoretically
Piotr?
he can do something.
Why out of range is doing this? They
I don't
can
know.
This is like we've seen this before. Sometimes they like to bring rounds really close for no reason.
Yeah, why didn't he just wait it out?
Karolf had one shell. Why does Piotr go forwards? Just play together and close it out.
Yeah, they could have just made a crossfire and wait for him to appear somewhere.
Like
and
right
pick him
now,
up.
I want both of them to just drive into C5. Like really, I just want them to drive into C5 and sit safe there.
C5 is so popular vacation spot on this map when you want to hide. It's so unpredictable now.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be unpredictable. It's just, you know, there's a pile, a dirt pile in front which you have to drive over, so you can't even shoot when you're driving
I'm just
over.
remembering when Applewall had to go and dig out the entire team. Well, he didn't even have to watch
Well,
for the third guy.
that was major mistakes from Na'Vi in that one.
Yeah, it
though.
was major
Left
mistakes.
tries not spotting, and then Slide tries to drive out. I mean, you
But
know,
Applewall still played it out.
he did, of course. Apple, wow, pow, pow, pow.
Mighty Apple.
Now, there's always a chance for a Gordy in this one.
This is okay spot to camp.
Yeah, this
also.
is also okay spot
Because
to hold.
Kerov gives the spotting, Vale is safe there, and
Unless
Kerov is not
Gordy
on one
just
shot.
blind fires Kerov twice and removes him.
Yeah, sure. And gets banned after that.
Mojo, he doesn't have HD graphics and zoom out, okay?
Okay.
Now Gorny here, not going on the cap, doesn't want to give it away, but Kerov, when Agorni gets closer, should be able to pick it up as Agorni is on full speed. Fala gets...
Up.
But Agorni gets spotted as well, and it's going to be Kerov to pick it up now, bringing the score all even. And the Wild Bunch, why you drive into E100?
Like, you don't really have to be psychic to guess what the kind of defense
where,
you'll have to French
where
do
is
there.
the E100 going to be?
Oh dear. They will push on the other side of the map while we cap, for sure. Yeah, not.
Now, they really just needed to out-rotate these E100s.
It was a lot of wishful thinking by TWB here.
They
going
started
on
off
that cap.
great because Dezek had to suicide, but when these E100, even Raging wasn't shooting on them because
Yeah,
he had to reset.
It was kind of, I think, even miscommunication there between out of range because they had already budget in place behind and he was resetting. So I don't know.
Yeah,
why
Raging
is
should have
Raging
just
going.
killed those if it
Yeah.
was for beat. Let's take a look at stats though and expect at least one E100 to be up there. Oh, there's Raging. On Resec.
Raging, even with abandoning the fight, still did
Look
not.
how much damage. Look at the sheer amount of damage Kiki and Agorni put out, and it's not enough because of the HP of the
4K
100.
each, like really a lot of shooting there.
The HP of the
Especially
100.
since Kiki was in the first line and he managed to pull off so many shots. Really great play and a lot of pens by him. Just not enough. Those E100s are
have so
so
much-
meaty.
I have so much
Poor
HP.
Dezek one shot.
Poor Dezek. I told you he did one shot. I told you. Because the other one was a crit.
Oh, that tactic had all over Dezek kamikaze. Like when I saw him field, I was like, will they really use him for that? And that only? Because there is
And
no
you
other
can
use
see
for
a
him
real
there.
issue there. Valdir and Phenomenal. Those 50Bs really needed to connect all 4 shells if they wanted to win.
Even then, it would be tight, and I think it came only this close because out of range, we won, and then the health dropped
Yeah, and
a
if
bit.
Raging just helped Resec, I think it was, or who was
I
it?
can't remember.
I
the
can't
other
remember who it
100.
was, but if he just shot there as well, I don't think Kiki would have even done that
Also,
much.
that pushing on
Because he shot
Agorni at the end,
Tudolino
it
instead.
wasn't really cool.
If he killed that FV,
Oh well.
oh well, that's Ghost Storm done and dusted. Now, over
Yeah.
to Prokhorovka.
Ooh, I have to sneak peek here. Well, out of range has some decent chances here compared to TWB, compared to the old stats. We'll see what they're prepared new for both of us. Because they did not play this map in the last match, so pretty much I expect something new from both.
Expect something new from both. I don't really think we're going to be seeing something new, at least not on the defensive side.
Maybe not a new tactic, but new from them.
Let's take a look at the lineups that are coming into our third round here. And if we have any surprises, I mean, I'm not a fan of
That's
this
a lot
lineup.
of STBs.
I am.
I don't like it.
I don't like that amount of
They're
STBs.
really easily penned. We've seen already. If unless
Gorilla destroys them. Gorilla just absolutely destroys them from distance.
Who was that from Legend? Antic? That got
Antic, yeah.
annihilated when he peaked
I
around
mean,
there.
STB, yeah, it has a good cooldown. Prokhorovka has a lot of cooldowns, sure. But one, it's very hard to hit with it on distance because the gun is not reliable. And two, Gorilla just goes through it. And three, if they get pushed by the bad shots, all those STBs just die.
Even if you go in the middle with this lineup, you can
The
get
Gorilla would
easily outflanked by
Yeah.
other force. So I don't know, kind of static play, and I think it will bounce of them because of this. a
Really
lot.
want to see how those STBs are used. Could work, I guess, but we'll have to see, though, as our game is ready. So let's get into it. The score's all even here, moving into Prokhorovka.
When I mentioned that TWB doesn't have the best kind of percentages here, they have 0 in defense. And this lineup does not really encourage me.
This lineup is not a real encouragement as we're waiting here for the game to get underway.
That timer seems awfully familiar with Bug. Nope.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
We are actually driving and we are in a game. This is really nice. So, the Wild Bunch splitting all over the place. Mr. Kella and the boys with STBs are in the forest, actually. Why? If they get like pressed by Clippers, they will die in 3 seconds.
So it's Mr. Kella, a Corny, and L-Train, and 3 STBs. If this is a one-line push, those STBs will not do...
I mean, we've seen how Budgets can defend themselves here, but that's because of a lot of shells being fired, but you can't do that with STBs. Dezek will light up very soon, so he will know there is at least a spotter there. But, you know, there can be a lot of variations there. His example, Ding often leaves Koritz completely alone there in the woods, and they're all on the other side of the map, and he just runs away.
Now...
Unless someone watched the VODs and know that, and they're just chasing them.
I mean, the Wild Bunch's ID is pretty, obvious, I would say. You defend the 1-2 line. If they don't come 1-2 line, you have 3 STBs that can peek on the rails towards the 2-cap. It's fine, it works. The issue, though, is if they do go for the 1-2 line push.
I don't like it in any version of that, because even if you're
But that's the
pushed on
ID
2
behind
line,
it. That's the ID behind it,
even if
though.
you're pushed on 2 line and someone just YOLOs over the rail, the STBs are not the fire you need to support it. They're not accurate or fast enough.
I guess that's the ID behind it. If they come 2-cap, we can just play from the rails with the STBs.
Honestly, I don't see any idea behind this that can work in any scenario.
Mojo, you have to be hopeful.
Okay, but that's your job. You're happy, Daki.
Uh-huh. I guess that's what they're using for. Now, a lot of blind shots here. Fallen, that TVP. It's very hard to clear out Dudolino because, you know, on distance, they're not going to spot him when he moves. So even if they blind shot the bush, he can just wiggle backwards and forwards. It's going to be very hard.
They need to try to root out all those bushes. We've actually seen when we played, I think it was EL Gaming against Russians on Grand Finals, they put like a light there. And NSS, yes, NSS was playing it.
They didn't dig him out.
They didn't dig him out, and then they sent tanks to try to dig him out, and they all died magnificently. So yeah, that light tank can be a huge problem, but unlike TWB, EL Gaming had a whole lot of Clippers there behind.
Like I said, this tactic from the Wild Bunch, you can see Valdir's on A8, the STBs to peek the rails in Kois to come 2-cap, and the STBs have to defend 1-2 line as well. Now, Phenomenal coming here.
That's a good thing for
it's
them.
It's looking better.
Yeah, it's much better now because now they have some stopping power.
Out of range can't deal with Valdir though. They really cannot.
I would even prefer Object 140s than STBs, honestly, here.
No, I don't. I mean, if they want to pick single shooters, STBs, sure. Because then at least if they rush Valdir, they can just peek the rails and not be exposed and help him. Because that's the plan, I guess, because Valdir's on A8. So if he needs help, they'll just rush over and peek from the rails. So 140s would have to expose way too much.
Yeah, but you need only one STB for that. If you want to peek with a lot of them, it will never work. And if you get pushed by Clippers, it's really a problem. So Kiki is doing some support here, and he's already spotted. And there is, as we expected, a pressure on the cap. Kerov took some damage there. Must be from Valdir.
Valdir. They cannot deal with Valdir. The E5 position is too
really
strong.
Good cooldown.
They'll take another one here.
And they didn't check out from the 0 line at all. Oh my God.
No,
Kerov without a gunner, if he has rations, he probably doesn't have a medic.
No, he doesn't have a medkit. You don't take medkit on bad shots usually, unless you play without fire extinguisher.
Oh snap. Kerov will need to get in really close combat to connect something really good.
No, it's going to be a 1-2 line push. I really want, because they know Valdir is not there, I really want them to use Formula Adin as yes, thank you, out of range. Moving Formula Adin back. I want to see him push first, because those STBs are not going to kill him reliably.
Well, let's see, will they learn something on a previous match we watched? We even said it, if you want to push a trench up position there, you need someone
use
to
the
take the
1-1-3.
damage.
Yes, and it's exactly what they're doing. Now,
Smart boys.
this I like, because out of range is reading this correctly, because Valdir, you know, he's not there, so they don't have anybody in that hold down, which gives them a lot of control over that side. Which actually is going to work very well in their favor, honestly.
And here we go, the final push is here.
Raging will stop behind in the Gorilla. As soon as Dudolino gets spotted, he is done for. Like 100% Dudolino is done for if he gets spotted.
Oh, nice, he actually ran away on time.
That's important, really
Good
important.
play by Dudo, good play by Dudo, because he's a light 10, he can run away between the bushes, he saw the push on time and he's getting the hell out of there.
Now, Dudolino does get spotted there. Takes a little bit of damage, but the issue really here is that they're Valdir. They know he's not in the fight. They need to take this opportunity, Mojo. They need to go forwards and take the fight right now, or at least get Raging in a good sniping position.
Honestly, because they did not do the ultra offensive
Piotr.
push. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Piotr, oh no, get spotted.
That's
and
what I
wrecked.
wanted to say. Why would you then push if you're doing a slow push? You need to let your armor tank go in front of you, and Piotr did a rookie mistake there.
Nice shot there from Raging.
L-Train dead, so DPM is still in.
Kerov goes down as well. Now Dezek is going low as well. They need to pick up kills here. Dudolino very annoying in that backline, but you can see that 1-1-3. Raging Potato picks up Dudolino. Well done there. That 1-1-3 is soaking up so much damage from these SDBs. They can't reliably pen
Formula
him.
is a huge pain in their
Formula
butt.
bounced so many shells up until now. Now Valek gets spotted. This is not good for him. We already saw Piotr getting spotted there, which is really, really bad. Raging
But
at
I
least
think
is doing
Raging
well.
is wrecking them because he's a real problem there.
Look,
even
there's
with
only
that
3 guys
Piotr's,
left.
yeah, even with that Piotr's rookie mistake, out of range in huge advantage here.
Formula basically single-handedly won them this round. Like, hands down, he won them this round. Now, Multi-Show's coming in with his clip. Formula will keep pushing in that 1-1-3. Raging Potato lands another shell onto the side of Valdir. And that's that E5. He goes into A8. It takes him a minute to get into the fight, at least.
You know what I like? The moment where out of range actually realized they have so much advantage there, they even didn't push with Vale, they left him back and he was just doing the ground control. So there was no panic reaction there, they were just shooting them out. Even with Piotr doing such a rookie mistake.
It reminds me of Eurofish.
That?
It reminds me of
What was that?
Eurofish, where
Yeah.
a lot of mistakes are made where the player goes sit inside of the bush, except for behind the bush.
Yeah, guys,
which then you get spotted.
To educate,
15 meters.
15 meters behind the bush. That's
if you
what you
sit
need to
15
do.
meters behind the bush works as camo. Then the camo. So it works like this, right? If you're in the bush, you shoot, the camo from the bush drops away, which basically
If you're
means
in
you
a
have zero
bush
camo.
and you don't shoot, it's fine.
Yeah.
If you shoot, bad karma, unless you have one more in
But
front.
if you sit 15 meters behind it, you keep the camo value from the bush, which means you don't get spotted. That's how it
yeah,
works.
it's a bit harder to shoot, but kind of better life expectancy.
As we could see with Piotr,
Which was very short.
his insurance is definitely going to go up
But
after that one.
1-1-3 really paid
Yeah,
out.
Formula basically won them this round. Like, finally, this is what KB should have done as well, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, we look at stats in the meantime as well. I mean, I wish there was a blocked stat for Formula.
Yeah,
Even
we
the
really like that
2.6k
sometimes.
damage, like, come on.
Nice damage by Raging there. He was in great position, never spotted also, a key feature. And he pretty much wrecked them. Free fire, great gun, great DPM on that TD. Paid out for the best.
They played that out well, except for Piotr. But like we said, that 1-1-3, they realized the 5 is not there. They adjusted. They pushed Formula Adin first, which I was really, really happy about. Because you could see how many shells they
I
bounced.
think Vale did most of them damage on controlling the tanks that are
Yeah,
were
the
coming
peeking,
back.
that are-
Kiki, no. Kiki, who was rotating before E5, he was also crossing the field, so he probably emptied the first clip on
He was
him
also
and second on
controlling. He
E5.
also killed the first STB.
Yeah, who was peeking around.
Yeah, he was trying to shoot Formula.
L-Train Well, Dudulinho did survive the spot on the start, but after that he's
It was
not
such
really
an easy
important.
read for out of range. I mean,
He's not
you-
really important part of the battle after.
no. There was such an easy read for out of range in reality. You see an E5 out of the battle. You see they don't have clippers or not enough clippers. You push Formula first, who takes like 20,000 shells and
Oh,
bounces
it
them
was
off.
all really logical, and the only guy who really got the worst side of it, beside Piotr, is Kerov, who got shot and lost the gunner on the start. So even when he got focused out, here in the start of the battle, it was not a great loss because he wasn't able to like give anything that much. You need to connect on turrets there. How can he do that with that?
I mean, their initial spot from out of range was kind of not good with Karov there. Kind of feel they need to at least check the zero line.
Yeah, I felt that lacking, that they need to do it more cautiously. But even this quick and dirty worked out at the end.
Did work out them for. So now out of range, picking up the offensive side. I don't know if the Wild Bunch is going to be able to break the defense.
Well, it's still 0% of the defensive, so it's okay. I mean, Wild Bunch. They can now win the attack. Maybe.
They have to win the attack. I mean, well, look at the maps. If they don't win the attack, it's not good.
Yeah, well, look at this. Out of range, 100% win ratio on attack on Proho and keeping up to it.
It's not a. Well, now the last match was a first of everything.
Yeah, a lot of firsts there. But out of range, back 2 games in a row, they are not allowing them to slide down to misery.
If this goes to
or some
tiebreaker,
tilt.
they're gonna lose it. I mean,
Everyone knows that by now. Even Mr. Kela said it. We're just going to play for tiebreaker.
just waiting for our teams to get ready in this one, and it does seem like they're almost ready. So let's take a look at the lineups here coming into our 4th round, Mojo. Lorraine. I like, actually. I've been waiting a little bit for a team to bring Artie to dig out those heavies. Really have been waiting for it.
Okay, 62.
I bring an M53 though.
STB. No heavy tanks here, though. I kind of feel like they could
Drop
have
the
had
STB,
at least one.
Drop the STB, take the 113, or
Yeah,
drop the
it would
62A.
be much better for a push. 62A, I don't know. It can have its merits, but it's probably
It
someone's
has no
player's
real
preferential.
use on Prokhorovka because the 140 is quicker. 62A has better
That's why I
turret
say
armor.
I think it's someone player's preferential. They picked it on probably because
I would drop one of those two for 113.
yeah, most
And I would drop
certainly.
one of the TVPs on out of range for Bacha.
Yeah, 2 TVPs we don't like. We don't approve.
I mean, I probably would have picked instead of the Wild Bunch, one more 113, drop the STB, pick their 9 Bacha, and bring M53, 53.
We would probably even make different tactics, but here we are commenting.
It does seem like our game is ready, so let's get it underway. The 4th round between these two. On to Prokhorovka we go. And Mojo here, Dudulinho and that Lorraine. No, I'm saying I would like either M40 or M53 because of the amount of damage. If there is a heavy, the Lorraine doesn't really do that much to it.
Yeah, I agree. Lorraine is there just for a rotation, but if you have an M53, but also M53 has one problem, like kind of a reload, you know?
Yeah, but those heavies static position, you know. That's why I would bring a.
Yeah, with one
I
art.
mean,
but you don't need. Listen. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, when I saw them move so slowly, I was
like,
thinking, is it a restart?
It is
Yeah,
going to be a
it's gonna
restart.
be a restart. Okay, but let's say pros and cons for all those arts. Okay, M40 and M53
Okay.
do more damage, but Lorraine
Yeah.
you can position easier, and if someone plays static with heavies, you can just find angles and pound them endlessly. Anyways.
Yeah, but I mean, for Prokhorovka, because we've seen so far that the meta on Prokhorovka is like you bring 2 heavies, 1 or 2 heavies, and then you play hold on that ridge, right? You don't really need a Lorraine for that because the heavy he can't really move away, he can't reposition, he can't go backwards, forwards.
Also,
and
when they see,
M53 has
when they
good
see
angle,
you have an
really
RT,
good
they will
angle.
not even sit there. Anyways,
That's in your advantage, though.
yeah. So they will just have to counter push you, and then a heavier hitter RT would actually work better. True.
I mean, yes, Lorraine is okay, but I would say yes if the meta on Prokhorovka was like 6 mediums and an RU251 or something, or 7 mediums. But being as it is 1, 2 heavies, and one of the heavies plays on the ridge in the bushes, I'd bring a high caliber RT and then just let him aim
Oh,
there.
when there was an... Oh, never mind. We have a game. I'm just going to tell you later something.
So we have our game ready here now. They are moving. Woohoo!
We had old Prokhorovkas before when it was 742, and it was basically 90% times relying on GV Panther, who was the RT used back then. It was really beast, and if player in RT was good, like Eclipse from Navi or very few players from Europe.
Kusok.
Fishy was playing
Kusok.
RT then you would have probably one game, because while someone would do spotting, he would do one shoot and then everyone pushes and finishes the game. But now it's kind of a different time, and Lori does not pack that punch, that's for sure.
Lorraine, it's not really a damage dealing RD. It chips away slowly, really slowly in most cases.
Yeah, you would need like a back shot on any of these weak tanks.
That's why I'm saying I prefer a high caliber RT, because at least if he did that, then you know.
I guess this is the purpose for their 62, was they wanted to approach here really closely and turret armor. Yeah, was expecting something like that, but also you could do that with 113.
Pretty much, yeah.
But this one has a better gun if you want to dig out bushes and stuff. So
yeah, smaller reload as well. So, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I would like a big caliber RT, because now, for example, could hit Formula for like 600. Lorraine will hit him for like 300, 400.
Well, honestly, they still have to connect anyone first. And I don't think out of range will be in a business. So let's give us ourselves to be spotted that easy.
Now
they will probably push them now because they are gathering up. They're probably gathering up now for flanking rotations. Formula is taking some splash, but that's not a big issue. It's just 100 damage. He can always go down and just take it easy. Karov got actually blind shot here once.
Yeah, Karov already taking a blind shot in this one. Do pay attention. I do think there is a small timer bug, because the other one showing 5 minutes. So don't pay attention to the time if it comes down to it. But look at Agorni. He's already getting pushed in that T62A.
He's alone in that hole, and no one can help him now. That's the problem when you're going. That we call it a rise ball, because once you're in, no one actually can help you out anymore.
I mean, Dezek goes down in return though, so they got. It was an even trade, I would say, and Multishow takes a lot for that as well. So it kind of worked out in the end, but I don't know how Dezek allowed himself to take so much damage.
He got annihilated and probably tried to peek after that, while he was still spotted. But the problem is now they don't have.
Send there? They have nobody. They can the STB. I mean,
he's not the best spotter, and definitely has
no armor. Will
turret.
wreck him in the turret.
And who will even go there? Like, you have to approach there, and you will be spotted. It's one thing you do it on the start of the game, but later it's a big problem.
Yeah,
and there we go.
Yeah, like we said, they send the STB now. Now
I don't like it because he can get wrecked easy.
I feel the 113 will destroy the STB.
Yeah, the turret by turret, they can't even play.
I mean, you can fairly easily overmatch it. It's not that hard.
So out of range is anticipating a rotation by the wall bunch, but wall bunch is really stubborn and just staying in the forest all the time.
Well, they want that RT to pay dividend, you know?
Yeah, the RT can move with them anywhere. Can be even used on a cap, which in the end part of the game would be the best use for it. And there you go, L-Train coming in, and no one spotting him. Ah, come on. Too easy.
Nobody's spotting L-Train. Now he'll try to do the same thing that Agorni did, but what is stopping out of range from doing the same thing again? Really? I mean, you have to see if Dudo can connect this. And as he doesn't, I really wanted to see that 53 Bojo.
Yeah, that one would split Formula in half if he
Pretty much.
hit him.
Even if he didn't hit him, he'd probably still take away half his tank.
Yeah, the problem with Lori, he has virtually no splash. Compared to other artists, you really need direct hits, and even then you need RNG to pen them really well.
But even if he hits, it's very, very little damage, unless he pens him, obviously, but he won't hit him for more than 400.
Well, Formula rather safe so far.
How much did he take?
Oh,
497, okay.
500, that's actually high roll
that's
for him.
That's pretty high for the Lorraine. I didn't expect it to go that high.
I think he needs to fall back in the bushes now so he wouldn't get wrecked, because... okay, this is the wrong timer.
Yeah, you
I
see
need
what
to
I
remind
mean?
myself.
So don't pay attention to the wrong timer. Just ignore it.
Oh, Formula.
Formula can Dudo land another shot here on that RT piece. Can he do it? Now that Lorraine needs to hit again.
Well, Formula is a little.
Very little.
And he is tracked.
115. Was a splash, I guess.
But HP-wise, they're rather same.
Formula can't really get despotted from this distance.
I think once he gets despotted, he cannot spot him anymore.
Well,
it will have to be blind shooting then. Yeah, but if he positions well, you can even hide an E5 there. been there and done it. Finally coming in some rotation.
Well, there's only 4 minutes left, so now because the Formula does get spotted,
And another
332.
connection.
I mean, it's so little.
Slowly but surely.
It's so little.
It's annoying because they feel they're losing like their anchor tank and they really need him alive.
Well, if they do manage to take him down, it'd be really great, but then they still have to... Well, I mean, this rotation, though, from out of range. Kiki and Kella could really, really catch out everybody.
But they could also end up in a world of pain because frontal push, as we said already, is not something that Wild Bunch can do. It was a really good trade for them because Desert fell
343.
and the dead driver from the last shot even. But still,
He
look.
already used his repair kit as well, because he had a dead gun.
Yeah, but look at this. Like they're still almost even on HP.
Oh, Multi has to be careful in this one as well. That Griller from there, if they push one of the batchers down the 6-7 line.
Not much time. 3 minutes.
Can Dudo do it? Can he do it again? That artillery piece.
If he does
And 344, and there goes the gun for Formula again. He needs 2 more shots, I guess, to take him down.
Train.
L-Train.
Not panning.
Don't over... Wow, they're unspotted. They're actually unspotted.
Oh, this can hurt.
No, he got spotted now. So Kiki got spotted, and Multi is in a really good position for this.
And that's not a coincidence. Let's
No,
say
it's
it like
not.
that.
Multi is now landing shell after shell.
Yeah,
Already
Kiki
lands
is out
2.
of the play here.
Kiki drives around. Multi is not going to miss this. Piotr comes in
Piotr
to
will
chase.
just finish him off. I think they just lost both Kella and Kiki.
They're both dead. I really think. As Kella does pick up Piotr here, and Phenomenal picks up Karov. So, I mean, it's doable for Mula. But look at the damage Phenomenal got in return. Kella picks up for Mula. Look at Multishore. He's also on reload.
Damage is still really tight, but TVPs reload really fast now. They're meant for this. And Wild Bunch does not have any heavily armored tanks that can really resist their shells.
They need to push in now with 2 minutes left on the clock. They really need to take down these TVPs.
Valdir is a key. Valdir is a key. If they win, he has to connect the shell on someone and they need to finish it off then.
I mean, the Wild Bunch, he can do it. Look at the time
That's
mojo.
phenomenal. 10 HP.
First shell missed from Raging. 7 shells left.
New multi abandoned the fight, definitely. I think it's kind of too early. I think he should have stuck there with his team. I don't like
now
that.
Raging missed another shell. He only has 1 more left. Valid really needs to clip here, but once he day 2,
They're both dead now.
RT lands another shot as well. Now Mr. Kella coming from the side. It's not looking good. Still 1 minute 30 left. Raging is dead as well. Kella has enough shells to finish him off, and it's actually working out for the Wild Bunch, Mojo.
They need to go all in a cap and
They
multi.
40 seconds and easy.
Multi. What are you doing, man?
I mean, he can still save the game, I guess. I don't think they should put Valdir on the cap. I feel like Phenomenal should be on the cap.
Seriously, dude? You really need to be in position to decap, not climb the hills. Talking about the red lines, please.
Now this I kind of don't agree where Phenomenal is the one spotting. Kind of feel like he should be on the cap instead, in a sense.
I kind of feel that Artie should have been spotting or
I
doing
should
whatever.
Valdir is grill. He could just, drive anywhere.
I mean, that Artie, after this last shot, he should have put a full throttle and already be in a cap.
Now,
Or at least in the
9 seconds
middle.
left. Multi-show needs to peek over. Spots
7.
Valdir.
And
Misses the
misses.
first. Misses the first here. Has a few more. Valdir misses. 1 second left. Multi
And
needs
it's
to
over.
reset. And Phenomenal picks Multi-show up. And it will beat the Wild Bunch, evening the score 2-2. That
Yeah.
RT actually worked out in the end, but
Yeah, he chipped him out slowly and painfully. The crucial part was when Dezek died, I would say. That kind of crippled the out of range a lot. And
I also feel like one of the TVPs should have pushed with Piotr.
and
onto those bad shots.
also when New Multi was also in that fight, I think he hobbled away on also half HP. But and in this ending part of the game, I totally didn't like how Multi just left them. I think he should have been there and kept the side shots, lower the number of the guns, and then run away.
They could have let Piotr survive, really. When we look at stats at the same time.
I have the feeling that Piotr was blown up, actually. He disappeared really fast, and I didn't see the
I think L-Train shot on him as well, and then Mr. Kella and
but
one
he
shell.
had full HP once he pushed.
Yeah, but not when he pushed in, because he got focused by 2 bad shots and the STB.
Yeah, but he just
Because
in one moment he had like 1 HP, and then it was just gone.
2 bad shots and the RT perhaps, and then the STB as well from L-Train. Because he did a lot of damage here.
So we have 5 guys, among them Dudolinho, doing the top damage. Not really hard to guess after chipping that 1-1-3 for entire game. It's really annoying, but
Piotr only landing
it
2
worked.
shots. Maybe Piotr got blown out. I'm not sure. I don't think so, though. I really don't think so. But I feel if one of the TVPs just pushed with him, which they easily could have done, then they would kill Mr. Kella, they would kill Kiki, and Piotr be alive 100%. And then they're in a good situation.
Well, there was several solutions here for out of range, but they chose to do none. And honestly, I don't understand why did they so stubbornly play with that 1-1-3 there. But like once the second they lost that middle ground and they were not spotting it, they let STB inside. That was really foul play there, just letting him go inside unpunished. And if they were already giving up on that kind of spot, they should have pulled him back immediately in some bush. So they would know he's somewhere down there, but somewhere down there is a big guess.
I still stand with my point. The M40 could have done the job probably a little bit quicker.
When you look at this kind of the game, yeah.
He could have done it a lot quicker.
Like this looked more like tier 6 arty shooting than tier 8.
Just slowly but surely chipping away.
At least he has a bit like a fast reload. So if nothing else.
I'm just a fan of the M53.
It's good arty, mate. It's usable everywhere in Clan War, in Run Wars, whatever you want.
It's one of the most all-rounded RTs. It's fairly accurate.
But a lot of teams don't choose to use it. Though now we can use it in combo with tier 9 budget. Yeah, but a lot of guys didn't incorporate that yet. We've seen it, but
still waiting for the first Kong GC.
We've seen that on Grand Finals.
Yeah, but
on Ruinberg,
EU,
no less.
In
EU, never in EU.
Now let's move on to our next map, though, Mojo. It's going to be Mines. I favor out of range in this one. I wasn't a fan of the Wild Bunch's Mines so far.
You favor out of range here?
Yeah, even if stats don't say so.
Did you check their stats there?
I don't care about stats, Mojo. I'm just saying I favor out of range here.
Okay, they didn't play much
because the Wild Bunch likes that 1-2 line a lot, and I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I honestly, although they won the last match and they really beat even Kazna on Mines, Kazna did not play that well. And the last game they played Mines was really shaky and a lot of throws there. On the other hand, out of range played Mines a while ago. They might have practiced this instead because that's the only game they played and they lost it 2-0. So they're on 0% everywhere there.
I mean, stats is one thing, but you know, you have to look at team v team. And I still think out of range is favored.
Yeah, but I would still expect Prohorovka would be played more proactive by out of range here. And look at us. What was this play? It was nonsense. After that attack, that was really good. Good choices and everything. The defense was just absolute bollocks or whatever. How can you say it?
Pretty much. But now coming on to Mines, we're going to see RD. I can feel it. The Wild Bunch always plays with Dudo on RD pretty much.
And they play usually even both sides with him on RT. Honestly, in some situations they might as well kick it because they are not positioning the remainder of the team well enough to utilize RT.
Yeah, often. Because they like that 1-2 line so much. He's always stuck in like A1 when he really needs to be like an A5, for example.
Yeah, you need to be able to shoot other kind of positions that would require kind of a middle control and so on. But on the other hand, from out of range, I have no clue what to expect because that match was a while ago now, for our perspective.
Who's defending first? The Wild Bunch.
Wild Bunch is defending first. Oh, I just saw the lineup, so I'm not going to say that.
Don't spoil it, Mojo.
Spoiler alert, spoiler alert.
Still waiting for our teams to get ready in this one now. Already on Mines? If it's Pashka, I'm down. Let's go.
I would like to see one of those situations when artists are tracing each other. Like, you know, we had in ESL Major a bunch of those situations.
I remember when
Kusuk was training Nile. Yes, Kusuk was tracing Nile. I remember that one.
In Major?
Yeah.
Kusuk didn't play Major.
Yes.
No, he didn't.
Really? Then it was before.
It was before.
Oh man, that was.
I wasn't in Major. Kusuk didn't play Major.
Because I remember him clearly from lower cap tracing a guy on A4, and I think it was Nile.
Kusuk never played.
Yeah.
Mojo is getting old here. Let's look at the lineups for our next
have
shot.
my old hair. It's fine.
I remember Killer Kid, or was it Eurofish tracing Kusuk? Yes, that's what I remember.
That happened also, but
there's an M44.
I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, look at that! 2 Arties. Let's go.
Trace Wars, Arty War, but Wild Bunch playing with the IS4 113 TB. Okay, this looks a lot like Rusty Roster defense. Rusty Toaster defense. They have this kind of lineup of tanks.
I still stand though, if that Artie gets into E1, he destroys anybody under the hill.
Yeah,
As soon as he gets behind the little lighthouse,
Artie,
he destroys. Really
Artie in
does.
attack. Artie in attack is really dominant
The thing
if
the Wild
you
Bunch
use
has,
it well.
Mojo, the thing the Wild Bunch has though, if they put Artie there, they can just send somebody to proxy it quickly and get out, and Artie kills it.
Also, like when you're defending, you can even choose when to shoot. Maybe you can even easier trace the guy who's attacking sometimes.
Let's see if somebody gets traced into this match as we move into mines. Here we go. Now, who's playing Artie for
Dezek.
Dezek?
Dezek was playing their Artie all the time.
Yeah, I remember. Rachel can also play it. He played it in Penta.
Yeah, but Dezek plays Artie really well, so
He did
I
play
see
Artie
no
really
problem
well.
there.
And still no Deja, and who else is missing in that out-of-range lineup?
We're gonna check later. But Deja is definitely one of the biggest names. Maybe he's even on vacation. We don't know that. And we have another of our favorites.
Hey!
Hello, hello, here we are again. So another restart. We have some minor lag issues, so we need to deal with that a bit, and the players will be right back. But till then, here we are.
Hey.
So back to Artie duel.
Back to
Artie
duel.
party.
Now, but I'm thinking it has to be last season. Gustav didn't play
Yeah,
Major League.
you're definitely right about
know
that.
I'm right.
But I can't remember who he chased, but I know he did.
I'm usually right. It's
Usually it's not always.
pretty much. There's only 2 rules to life, Mojo.
Say what?
Yeah, there's 2 rules. You want to know which rules there are?
Front seat decides.
No, no. 1, I'm always right.
Okay.
2, in case I'm not right, rule number 1 applies.
Oh,
Got him.
Wow.
Got him.
Wow.
Got
Wow.
him. Oh, he's baffled by that one.
My IQ just dropped like by 50% by listening to that.
That was possible still?
Yeah, bro.
I got him again.
If you knew how to count to 10, you would know.
Oh, that was a weak comeback, Mojo.
Yeah. But back to the game then,
Back
because
to the
I'm
game.
out to the weapons here.
Now, I don't know. RT Duel, I've not been a fan of it on Mine's defense. Pashka is the only one that's really convinced me that it could work.
Honestly, Pashka played really well in that defensive role, but connecting tanks that were coming in. But on offensive side, he actually showed nothing also.
It's very hard to
proved-
play on offense, depending on how your team plays.
It proved really hard for most of the teams in attack to find those shots, how to connect them. And some guys that tried to play it more aggressive, I think Ding tried at one of the first matches, the RT actually got spotted and killed.
Remember when the Wild Bunch and even Rusty Roster played it, they never really, their RT never really got in good positions to do any damage.
No.
When Rusty Roster played it, when Pashka was playing it, they never took the hill. The hill was always controlled by somebody else, so you
Yes,
had no
they
shots
were
there.
They were relying
And the
always
Wild
on
Bunch
their
rushes
mistakes.
1-2 line.
They were just relying on their mistakes that they will connect someone, but if that someone doesn't make those
It's
mistakes,
very
then you're in
hard
a problem.
to get your RT to do any damage if you have no map control. You can't spot anybody.
But also, honestly, I would say there was always a problem with Rusty Roster there because one, they would not take control of hill. Other, they did not have someone like Spoink to drive up on upper hill and just counter the middle, combined with RT. That would work.
That might work, but our game is here, so... Mojo, what do you see of the start here?
Oh man, again water. Seriously?
It's not really a water commitment. I mean, yes, it is.
How would you call this?
I mean, there's no 1-1-3 driving towards the cap. That's a full commitment.
You do know,
What did they
last
do?
time they did this, they died like flies.
Phenomenal. Ooh, he's very slow here. He might make it. Yes, he does.
I think he did it. Care of picking up some first shots, but that's not that much for gaining the control.
Phenomenal. Probably dropped off by himself, seeing as they rushed 1-2 line. There's no point for him to be up there. L-Train can summon return here, but Formula has to be really careful. This is very aggressive.
Really aggressive play by
I mean,
Agorni on the other side. Look at this.
He really needs to run away from here. Like full speed, get out
Agorni
of there.
can be a big problem for them
If
if he goes
stays
aggressive.
there, he is dead in the water. Like 2 bad shots flanking around, he's going to get seriously wrecked.
And Piotr, as his only cover, himself, he will have to fall down and run away.
Thank God Formula is running away. Takes one shell here.
Duelinho is aiming
Two.
on water 100% by his position.
3.
Oof.
4 shells there for Formula. Should have run away a little bit earlier. 1, should have run away earlier. 2, should have just driven into the hole, like, you know, in D4, you know what I mean?
Yes, but I don't like even his position. I liked when some teams before left an FE heavy there on A4, but with RT on Wallbunch side, that's not possible. So you cannot control it like that anymore. Oops.
Now, Vala, Karolf are stuck here.
Oh, they even took damage from
Mr.
another.
Gela, though. Look at the damage Gela took from that RT piece. That must have been Dezek.
That's a really huge shot, actually. Kela was previously left with the Bachat in previous game, somewhere there, where they're pushing now. But it doesn't apply now. Call me Piotr in reload. Maybe even he applied some of the shots to Kela.
Yeah, it could have been, actually. Could have been Piotr who clipped him from behind. Now, Piotr has to be careful in this one, not to overextend. He wants to kill Kela, and Vala is the one, but they're going to trade Piotr in return. Has to be, misses one more, has to jump off, but Agorni should be able to catch him, as he does. Nice pick up there from Agorni now.
Huge advantage for the Wild Bunch now, 2.5k HP, and I would say much better position.
Overmatch, the overmatch, look here. Karolf, Vala, Multishow, it's an overmatch onto these two guys over here. Multishow needs to do the damage. There come Karolf and Vala. Valdir's turn around. They're going to beat this 1-1-3 now. As Valdir turns around, that'll be the moment for Multishow. There he goes. Great play coming out from Multishow there.
He manages to finish off Vala,
oh,
and he did.
Does. Karolf has one more shell, picks him up though, but this is good for out of range.
This is brilliant for them, because out of this overmatch, they managed to pull all the...
On reload, Agorni doesn't get him. He's on reload. Oh,
it's
no.
Not real, 15 HP, really?
Oh, that's unlucky for Agorni. Raging
Did
gets
Raging
safe
pick
as well.
up like 1k in one shot? Or was that a bug with the spectator?
RT, no, not RT. L-Train?
No, but their HP was like... They had like about 1k advantage out of range until then. Karolf,
yeah, he
nice
took
climb
1,000
there.
damage somehow. Karolf should be able to get phenomenal here at least.
Here's a better reload.
Raging misses the first, lands the second. Needs to be careful in that one. The TVP as Corny picks him up. Raging overextending there, really.
Throwing all the advantage
Multi
they made.
picks up
But
L-Train.
Multi with a lot of HP can do a lot of serious plays here now. Oof.
Corny though.
Crossfire.
And Multi misses. Could take even more here. Third shot coming in. Nice play from Agorni. Can he pick Multi-Show up? As he does! Agorni bringing it back here. Multi-Show, the only one with HP. Out of range. What are you doing? As Phenomenal now drives force towards Karolf. Karolf lands the first. Agorni should land the second. But Karolf could win this actually.
I think Karolf will.
Karolf, no! He tracked Phenomenal and Phenomenal picks up Karolf in return. Oh.
Very big turmoil hill, and Formula with his 15 HP will be the
and a broken engine.
spearhead in attack of outer
Broken
range
engine.
now.
He's not fast and he's not furious either at this point. Lands the shell up to
not
Agorni,
very
but
healthy
Agorni has
either.
reload available. Picks up Formula and it's all onto Dezek. How this round was lost in the end by out of range, I don't understand.
Honestly, the Wild Bunch really pressed them nicely, but how did they throw all that HP and new multi that play in the middle?
I think actually that Raging, as Agorni does it, picks up the round from the Wild Bunch. And as I was going to say, I think Raging might have given some misinformation about Agorni's position.
Could be, because Agorni played it really well,
Yeah,
and new multi just ran into their
Agorni
blind.
I don't think Agorni got spotted, right?
No, he didn't. He
So-
played 15 meters.
Yeah. So, for example, Raging says, okay, multi, Agorni's in A8. Multi's like, okay, there's only Phenomenal on the hill. Or even one guy maxed on the hill, I can take down L-Train, drive on the hill and kill him. All of a sudden, Agorni gets spotted and he doesn't expect it.
No, I didn't like how he approached it. I think he thought he will face Phenomenal one-on-one with HP advantage, but Agorni really played out a crucial role in this game, flanking from the village side. Everything that he was doing bad in last games, he was actually really coming through on this one, and a really crucial victory now at the moment.
Let's take a look how Agorni, how much he exactly managed to do here in stats, and 5K. Not bad.
5K, okay, mate.
Well, yeah, 4,886, but we call it 5K pretty much.
I would like to even up.
Always upwards.
Phenomenal, 2K damage.
Well, he la-
4 guys are here of out of range, but it's just not enough compared to this 5,000.
well, Gordon got a lot of free damage. He landed the shells, which was crucial, right? Don't get me wrong there, but the way Formula Adin decided to drive back was bad. I feel like he should have just dropped in one of the holes and he'd be full HP. What would he have done then? He'd be full HP if he just drove behind the rock into the hole.
Man, 5 kills and 5,000 damage. He practically connected every shell there.
Yeah,
4 damage.
1.6 onto Formula, 1.2 onto multi-show, and then
You don't have to even count, mate. Like, if average damage is 400,
Piotr
it
as
would
well.
be 6k, but he has 5 kills, so he killed some guys with a lower HP. Out of those 15s, he might have not penned one.
I can't agree how Raging played that in the end either there. I mean...
Yeah, it was really risky for no
So
reason.
there's a lot of mistakes there from out of range. Vala dying could have probably been avoided, I would say.
Yeah.
Formula Adin, the way he drove backwards, he should have turned left and dropped down. Would be full HP.
He
Piotr
would probably have
Piotr
like
really
1
wanted
HP
to
more.
kill. Piotr really wanted to kill Gala a little bit too much, and then Raging Potato in the end. That's 5 mistakes in one round. You can't win like that.
They still did a good overmatch, and it really looked shiny and bright for them in
Multi
one
played
moment.
it really well, actually, in the beginning
Just in the beginning, but after
against Valdi there in the
Yeah.
gorilla.
But yeah, he bought them a lot of time. We didn't see it behind the corner there because we saw only action on those 2 tanks keeping 113 tracked. But Valdir had to sack all of his HP to turn around and finish
That's
off
what
one
Multi
guy
did so well there, I guess.
Yeah.
Every time Valdir would turn around, Multi would peek,
and shoot him.
and every time Valdir turned back, he'd be like, I'm around
So
the corner.
he really kept him out of the game because that shot by Valdir would be a game changer.
But the shot on Vala was also game changer.
Yeah. If Vale stayed alive, they would have a gun more in the game. But things happen, and out of range makes mistakes.
It's been the story a little bit for out of range so far. Mistakes. But let's take a look at the lineups for our next round here. Mojo, do we have Artie? Yes, we do. The Wild Bunch. Dudo going to be playing that one, I guess. I didn't see him do much in the last round, if I think
He
about
did
it.
not much. Dezek did 1400 and he was below. That I saw. But out of range, defending pretty standard and using a 49, which is good for ground control and push on a hill. With this lineup, they can literally choose what to do, and since we do know they have guys who can climb up left and right, we might expect that. The Wild Bunch actually is kind of underrated there. They're not really performing on those new boosts and using them really in tactics. They're kind of more simple.
We saw
to play.
Phenomenal do one.
Yeah, but that's about that. We didn't see much of the other guys use that.
I mean, it doesn't always have to be fancy to win.
No, but it kind of helps.
It does help. Now, I want to see Dudo do a lot on this one.
Well,
if they rush 1-2 line, I'm going to be disappointed. I really am.
time to shine for him. It's gonna be hard though. Especially if they don't control the hill, and it doesn't look like they will with this.
So it does look like our game is ready, so let's get into it. The Wild Bunch currently 3-2 up against out of range here. Dudo is going to be playing at RTPs like we expected. So there is that. Piotr on the T49 and Mojo, what do you think?
Dudu is running in a corner again, and he was in that corner before when he did really little damage. Piotr is coming for the middle, trying to catch someone off. It's kind of a risky one. And let's see, Agorni. Okay, he's safe on the middle. Finally, they're doing something we were talking about. You need to have spot on that middle, and you need a guy on Phenomenal's position if he climbs up, and I think he is.
Raging there in the gorilla, already taking one Phenomenal. Good position here for him.
And finally, the Wild Bunch, if they want to play with RT, doing the right thing. I think this is a crucial play if you want to play with RT. We've said it before. A guy on Phenomenal's position combined with RT can deny a lot of positions to out of range now. And out of range has no one on 9-0 line.
They need to spot though. Like they need to spot. Oh, Karolf here.
They need to spot,
This
but
is bad
to
for
position
Karolf.
against Phenomenal is really hard.
Yeah, Karolf here, if he gets spotted, it's going to be bad. Phenomenal has an easy line of fire up to him.
They can completely deny any kind of spotting on rotation now from out of range with these positions and even catch off guard someone. Oh boy.
Oh, Phenomenal got spotted, so they know. That's no good. That gives away a lot of info.
Still, there is nothing they can really do about it.
No, there's nothing they can do about it, but if Karol, peeked the corner, he'd been able to pretty much kill him for free.
It wasn't really usual that Piotr would play tier 9, tier 8 by now, right? I don't remember him doing that.
On mines, it does. It's like a preferential thing, I guess. D49, because if you remember, Oops, for example, Kamil plays tier 10 all the time, but on mines he plays T49. So it's like players that like playing T49 because it's like a separate playstyle, if you want to call it like that.
Okay, so Wildbunch is trying to make someone spotted, but
Gorny. Not sure if that was intentional or not.
I think it was.
Well, we'll see if he goes up there again or not, if it was intentional.
I think he just peeked to see are they there? Can someone be spotted? And if not, he just went back because that's the safe way to go back. Because, believe it or not, if you go to that center to go down, you can lose like 1k HP. It looks like a small drop, but it's actually really a problem.
Now, what do they do? Because out of range is not going to give them any openings in this one. Agorni, if he goes zero line...
Okay. They need to find a way to chase them away a bit, so one guy can climb the zero line. If they climb the zero line, then out of range has only one option, that's to do a big push.
How would you push them away, though? Because it's so easy to spot zero line, but they're not doing it right now out of range. Hello?
Yeah, and Agorni actually went for that spotting round, and he didn't get spotted, and that's why he's climbing, but he failed it.
He failed it. That was...
Oh, man.
He got spotted, though. He got spotted, so he could take a lot in this one. Agorni already misses.
It's not even about that. If he managed to climb up, he would win them the game right there and then.
We forgot something. Once you get past the rock, you're up so high that the bad shots like Karol and Dezek on the side of the mountain could spot, and because it's so slow to get up, he would probably not make it. Like there's very little chance because the speed. There's very little chance he would make it all the way up.
But he got a lot of info now for that effort.
But this could be good actually. What do you think? Like the counter hill push right now?
Well, Raging is out of the fight. Piotr is far. Phenomenal has an angles if they try to run away. Yeah, this could definitely work. And they do have... Just don't go alone, don't go alone, don't go alone, Agorni!
Agorni has to be careful here not to overextend in this one. Agorni is overextending just a little bit, but okay, he got tracked on the corner. That's actually good for him now.
Kiki is covering him really well.
Nice shells there as Karol goes down. Dezek tries to get off, and these 1-1-3s did what they're supposed to, push up the hill. Now Valle also in a lot of trouble here in that batch, and it looks like the Wild Bunch found the key to the defense of out of range.
Look
as
at
Multi
these HP
goes
difference
down from Phenomenal. Look at the HP, as Mojo said. Piotr now, the T49, trying to do what he can. Valdir as well, taking some damage, but Piotr will go down here. No, actually, Mr. Kala missing. So, but even at that point, just look at the HP difference. Artificial coming in as well onto Rizek.
Wow, the Wild Bunch, experts on bringing down the favorite teams.
Oh.
Unreal. They are again on a match point, I think. I mean, this game is not over, but it is.
By the way, even if out of range win the next 2 rounds, they have to play another tiebreaker. Oh, no.
I would pay good money to be on that TeamSpeak now, but I would probably not understand the word.
Now it looks all but over as Rizek goes down, Raging goes low. Valle, the last one standing. And everybody from the Wild Bunch is still alive as Agorni picks it up. And it's going to be the Wild Bunch getting onto match point. What we not expected happened.
Bloody marvelous. It's really a big mistake by out of range, letting them so much ground, splitting themselves up.
Now, this is the thing that we've seen so far when teams bring RD. Wouldn't you say, like, so yes, they all go middle. Nice, easy. They kill control. Good. Right? Good. Nice start. What they do after is what I don't like, is where they start, sending one guy back, and sending the second guy back, sending the third guy back, and then...
Yeah. Most of the tactics we've seen so far when someone plays with RT are always ended in the same way. You try to do some damage to defender who is usually holding the hill, and after a while you gather up your forces
And
and
you
you push. And in 9 out of 10 we've seen that happen. But this one was really good. This was a really good push.
Yeah, they pushed. I was thinking about those 1-1-3s. They should really push up as well, just to make sure they win the hill, because Rizek is so far back, and they did it. Take a look at stats as well. That was well
And
played.
Phenomenal's position also.
Yeah,
great
it did
pass
help. It did help. But it's what I don't like. Like, you put 3 guys on the hill, so if you want to quote the dead zone, if you don't want to get the hill,
Yeah.
don't go for the hill.
Don't go for it then. Yeah.
Gordy here, 3K again. Not bad.
Great performance today.
Now, I don't know, out of range, that's like, yes, you take the... I mean,
Hey, Piotr.
Piotr.
Oh, multi.
multi. That's like,
Look at those 3 guys. Sorry.
it's a real issue there. But like we said, you know, you either control the hill or you back off from it. You know, one of the better things to do really against Artie like that is, in my opinion, correct me if you think different, is you drive up the hill, right? Sure, fine. And then at one point, you just decide to abandon it. You just drop it and you go back to the standard defense, right? Like, you waste 5 minutes of time, you go back to the standard defense, and at the same time, you boost the guy on K8, he
And
takes
you
K8.
boost,
Yeah.
when you boost the guy there,
when
then
you-
it
what-
makes
yeah.
sense. Everything else doesn't.
As soon as you take K8, you just abandon the hill. You're like,
Yes.
okay, you lost now 5 minutes, good luck trying to break the normal defense, which is still really hard.
And RT would have to connect direct shots then, which is
Yeah,
pretty much
but
impossible.
and they wouldn't even have to have anybody under the hill, really, except for maybe Piotr, because they have K8.
yes.
So they can just spot if they drive up. They can spot if somebody comes there.
So that's much better defense. But out of range.
Next week, the defense going to be used, I
Next
know.
week we will have better defense on mine. Write it down.
No, but seriously, that is something I think that could work. Like, you take hill,
If you
boost
don't
K8.
if you don't do any damage to attacker, so they have the full force like the Wild Bunch did now, and you especially if you know they have a guy where Phenomenal is
Yeah.
who will do constant pressure you and you have no way to tackle with him, yeah, abandoning hill would be the best possible choice. But I felt the entire game they really lacked the guy there on 9-0 line.
Yeah.
I really felt
because
it.
he can also land shells towards Phenomenal if he peaks.
Yes, he can land. We've seen that also in last play day. Check it out, guys. We've seen people get punished there, and he can do that. Also, he can spot. Also, when they get the hill, he can really harass them endlessly and endlessly. So it's really useful position, and I don't see why they didn't send one guy there. They had absolute nothing happening for a couple of minutes.
I really felt as soon as Raging went back to K4, like, it should just get off that hill. They
And
did
here we
not
go
fu-
now. Match point.
And here we go. Now, Wild Bunch on match point.
Again, like against Kazna.
Can they do it again? Take down another favorite?
It looks like they can at the moment, but the map, next map,
Himmelsdorf. It
Oh,
is not.
snap.
I don't like. I mean, honestly speaking, even if the Wild Bunch had good stats on it, I don't like the way they play. Usually, they give away so much on it.
well, a lot of games they paid with inexperience. Example, Agorni trying to overspot,
Against
paying with,
Kazna.
yeah, he not against them only. Like he
Yeah.
lost 1K pretty much against 2 or 3 teams like that. But it's been a learning curve, I hope, because today's playing really great. He might actually not do it. But we will see soon.
You jinxed it, 100%.
He's gonna get blown by some FET
You
or something.
100% jinxed it. He's gonna get one shot like in the first minute. That's the biggest jinx I've ever seen anybody give. Well done, mate. Well done. Gordon's gonna be very happy about that one.
Throwbreaker.
Throwbreaker. I mean, at this point, like 1 out of range. If they get to the tiebreaker, which is gonna be hard because it's Himmelsdorf,
Then mine's again.
then they're gonna think, oh, we already lost the tiebreakers. It's gonna happen again. It's just Murphy's law, you know.
I don't think they're happy as they are now.
I mean,
Losing 2 games like this on mines, horrible.
maybe we've been over evaluating them.
Well, we will see. This is the or die moment. If they manage to win this match, they will definitely rise in our eyes. But if they lose this, it's gonna be. I mean,
It's gonna
it's
be a
gonna
wild
be
bunch on
critical for
TeamSpeak.
them. Oh yeah. oh yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, it's
Let's take a look at the lineups here. Moving into our post-league. He was so surprised. I could see genuine surprise in his eyes. Brilliant. Brilliant. Go ahead, Mojo.
Oh dear. Out of range. Let me see. They're defending. No, they're attacking first. So that's the standard lineup lately we've seen with this size 7 only that can be used for control on 8 line, and we know they like to do it because if you remember, we saw that on first play day when Piotr was playing separately from the remainder of the team, bait there in a good cooldown. It worked really well there. On other hand, defense of the Wild Bunch, pretty standard. Nothing to say that much about it.
Kind of like both lineups. They look fine. IS-7 is fine. Question is, the Wild Bunch. We asked them about rotations. I think Mr. Kella told me it's either in this interview or the next one that rotations is an issue for them.
And peaking.
Yeah. And peaking, so...
But they got that under control a bit in this match. Honestly, I think they really... I didn't like some of their tactical choices, like those STBs on Prokhorovka. That was kind of horrible. But so far, much better performance by them as a team.
So it does look like our game is ready. Is the Wild Bunch going to take down another favorite, or is Out of Range going to bring it to another tiebreaker? Let's find out as we move into Himmelsdorf. There we have it, Mojo. I was going to say, so far I think the Wild Bunch has been leading the pace of the game.
Yeah, it looks like Out of Range was pretty much always one step behind. We did start with the lead of the Wild Bunch, but then, no, Out of Range actually then took 2 in a row and just stood there. Oh man, not another one?
No, it looks like the timer is coming down, so we're going on the way any second here. Now what do we expect from both teams?
Yes! Here we go. So, standard opening, Grilla going for uphill, the rest of the tanks down. Wondering will we see some offensive rotation there, because the Wild Bunch at the moment does have only budgets to spot with, tier 9 and tier 10, which is not that much, honestly. There's a big split coming there from Out of Range, but it's just a defensive one so far. Ooh, really aggressive play by Kiki there.
Yeah, Kiki in the tier 9 Bacha there, oof.
He really cut them off immediately.
Oh, nice shot there though from that IS-7 already for Mula. Kiki, I mean, Formula has to be careful in this one.
Is he gonna dare to do it?
Yeah, of course he's going to dare to do it. Now Dudo is coming from the front and Kiki from the back.
Oh, the brave
Formula
play.
needs help here. That bad shot coming from behind, not looking
What's
good
Desik
for
doing?
Out of Range already. Where is the support? Where is the teammates for Formula? That's going to be a free tier 10 pretty much from the Wild Bunch. Where is the support Out of Range? Where is the teammates?
What a slap in the head in the start of the game immediately. The Wild Bunch did ultra aggressive play there and they saw an opening and took it. So risky because it was a blind play kind of. If there was a... But they saw both 50B spotted already, so they guessed. They guessed well.
Where was your support Out of Range? You left Formula Adin alone to be thrown towards the Wild Bunch. Of course they're going to take that overmatch.
But they didn't expect it, mate. This is totally not their playstyle.
Vala taking one as well. I mean, this is really not looking good from the Wild Bunch. Look at Val there. Look at that Karov. Karov, mate, you are done for as well, I think, as Val
Yeah, I
there
don't
now.
think he can run
I don't
away.
think he
Val
can
will
run away.
catch up with him.
I don't think Karov can get out of this one. He's going to take at least 2 for his trouble here, Mr. Kala.
No,
Val there
this is
picking
it,
out.
this is it.
Goodbye,
There's no
Karov.
way.
And that's going to be the second tank advantage here for the Wild Bunch. Them doing everything perfect so far.
There is a huge push coming in now from Out of Range on 8th line.
But everybody's there from the Wild Bunch.
Is that suicidal push?
Desik goes down as well. Kiki Merkat picking that one up as well. Vale goes down. Multi-show dropping here as well. Kiki Merkat goes down in return. But the Wild Bunch, they're in such a position. 5 KHB up. It looks like they can do it again. Now Piotr, he wants to take down Valde, but look at the reload on Valde. He's almost off of it. Piotr is going to go down here as well, Mojo.
He's definitely dead as a dodo. And man, I think you're right. It's going to be the Wild Bunch on their team.
It's going to be a Wild Bunch on their teams because new multi-show and Raging Potato getting chased down here. Gorny, L-Chain, they want to take down another favorite, another team going on the chopping block for the Wild Bunch, the team nobody saw it coming. They're going to take down another one of the teams we expected to be a big dog, and it's Raging Potato against 5.
Mr. Kella, the Prophet. They will have a good week, and they do. And this is really great display by them, finally.
The persistent bunch strike again as Raging Potato. He's the last one down. It didn't even matter at this point. And it's going to be the Wild Bunch taking down Out of Range. Who would have thought that one was coming?
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Oh, wow, that's going to be a Wild
Dude,
Bunch.
they're going to have 9 points now.
It's gonna be
they're one step away from going to the second phase.
They're 3 points away of 100% securing
And they've won
themselves in
like
the
2
second stage.
favorites. They already done like
And
3/4 of the job.
Do they still have to play Legend?
I think so, yes. But okay, mate. Maybe. Come on. Everyone has a chance. Everyone has a chance.
Now, that was one of the...
I want to check out, actually.
That was...
Yeah, they didn't play a legend yet.
I cannot do anything else but criticize that entire play from out of range. Really.
I have a feeling
Where is the
after
support for
losing...
Formula Adin? Where is the support? Where is the team? Hello?
Dude, like when something happens in a game, when they didn't count it in, they just fall apart. Completely. Why?
Let's take a look at stats.
And I would expect this kind of aggressive play for out of range, not from the wild bunch.
Look at that. Kiki, Eltrain, Dudo, Valdir, Gorny, and Phenomenal. The only one there is Piotr.
Dude, I really have to comment, like Kiki and Dudo in this game, great play there on 8 line. Brilliant play.
One tank and support, and the entire play wouldn't have happened. One tank was all out of range.
What was Desek doing there?
I think he read it pretty well. You know, you remember when you said it, Piotr was alone there last time? They were counting on it again.
Yeah, but they also spotted the 50 Bs. But where was Desek? Why wasn't he like marching in to help him?
I don't know. I really don't know.
What was he angling in the corner and shooting them in the back?
I think, yeah, actually I saw Kiki take one shell.
Yeah, but he had chance to shoot at least one more. Minimum. Plus, it was really bad. It was really bad. And I think after that dying, they probably threw them off like even worse.
Yeah, of course.
You could see them run around left and right on the map. Then 1390
Wildbunch did
like this.
Even better. Kella told me, I think it's maybe in the next interview as well, we're asking about rotations, right? I'm like, your rotations...
You're not going to really say what he tells you for next interview? Shush.
I mean, he told me he wants to be unexpected, so...
Yeah, he told it will be a good week for him, so I'm really looking forward to see the next match.
We've been criticizing Swift so much for not performing. Well, we look at post-match stats, but out of range is starting to be a really real issue here. Like a massive issue.
Yeah, they're tilted easy. Like, kind of really easy. If something goes wrong, go bad, it's here.
They still, like, at this
Look at Agorni, this play today.
Really well played by Agorni. Great play there. But for out of range, like, come on. You were a team that's supposed to be challenging the top 4, and you're tilting, like...
Dude, like, this kind of play, this victory, it's 5-2.
They need to... Like,
it's not even close.
How many points does out of range have now? I need to check.
They still have the same amount. It's 5.
5 points. They need 7 more points to make it through phase 1.
They need 2 clean victories to be even close there.
Did you hear me say in the beginning, like, yeah, they're going to need 2 clean victories to even make it through phase 1 out of range?
Who would say that? Can you mentally do it?
And the Wild Bunch is 1 step away from making it through phase 1. Like
no,
this
for Wild Bunch at the moment, sky is the limit. I would say
now, we already have to start thinking who's going to be in those bottom 4 because it's not looking good for some teams.
It's actually quite unpredictable now.
We might lose some veteran teams in this one. We really might lose some veteran teams.
Yeah, we see Knekkebrud is in really bad position.
They're in trouble. And out of range is in trouble as well.
Yes, like Swift is actually standing better than both of them.
Yeah, out of range is in trouble. KB is in trouble.
I would never see this coming. Never,
Let's take a look at the
in a million
standings,
years.
Mojo. Let's take a look at the standings, and we can see exactly here. No surprise, Utopia Ding still in slot number 1, but look at the position from the Wild Bunch, number 3. And look at out of range in KB.
Dude, if someone bet you $1 million, that would not happen. I would probably take it and lose it.
If this is the bottom 4, like it's going to stay, it's going to be an upset out of proportion.
Out of range and Knekkebrud being
and
there is really, really unexpected. And Rage Quit and the Wild Bunch being up there with the rest of the dogs. Wow. Just wow. This season is unprecedented so far.
Unprecedented. Yeah, you can say that. Mojo, I think it's fair to say we should take a look at the matches we got tomorrow, though.
Tomorrow we have a treat for everyone, I think.
Tomorrow it is going to be absolutely brilliant as Utopia, current number 1, takes on Kazna Crew. That is a match that I was looking
They were
out
number
for.
4 before these matches happened. But only 3 points apart. And then we have Ding versus the renaissance of the Polish teams, Rage Quit.
I still don't know what to say about out of range.
You know what's our guess percentage for today?
Zero.
This is how much we know, guys.
I mean, I said KB was going to win, and then I said Out of Range was going to win.
Yeah, we were both like, yeah, maybe some trouble there. Like,
I
huge.
think we've all been underestimating the Wild Bunch so far. They really want it. They're very motivated.
But it's really hard, kind of. We saw that game against Swift that day. I mean, they won it 5-3, but there's so many mistakes by both sides.
They
It was
hardly
like,
made any
what are
mistakes
these
today.
guys doing? They didn't even resemble themselves in the match against Kazna.
I mean, today what they did very well is they forced Out of Range to make mistakes.
It's not only that, the plays were good. It was solid. I liked it.
So congratulations to Team Swift. Congratulations to the Wild. I'm thinking. Congratulations to the Wild Bunch for picking up victories today. That's going to be it for today. I hope you enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals.
All this comes down to is who's got nerves of steel and who's got the better strategy on this.
This is going to be a defining point here. Again, the team who doesn't pick this up is done. That's them. That's out.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Hellraisers, but Na'Vi got it done and dusted.
Reigning champions have again gone all the way.
One of the greatest matches we've ever seen in World of Tanks esports.